bless up.
I know the meeting starts at 10, but persons have their microphone open.
Meeting start, right? Elaine Fernandez.
I put up a notice that everybody was to mute their mic, because what I find out with the senior citizens, when I mute them as the host, and if they want to ask a question, they're not all familiar of how to unmute. So that is why I did set the meeting as unmute. I put a notice up that person should mute themselves, because I really can't spend the day going through muting people. Okay? Because I'm waiting on Mr. Johnson to come on. I actually wanted to hand over the host duties to him and disappear. And
Okay.
there are
Let me
some,
see.
you're from NCSC?
Yes, I am. Let me contact
There are
him.
some persons coming in with just their device. I don't let in persons with device. If there's no name, I don't let them in.
Okay, I'm from NCSC.
Can you mute yourself, please?
Good morning. Apologies.
Is that Miss Byfield?
Guilty.
Miss Byfield, I'm going to make you a co-host. I don't let in anybody if their names are not there here.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Because I don't see Mr. Johnson or Miss Nunes. I got Miss Nunes' name. I didn't even get your name, but because I'm familiar
a chorus, really. And you can mute your mics and help me as we do it this morning. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountains too high and the valley so long. Down on my knees, I learn to pray, for I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountains too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I learn to pray, for I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Praise the Lord. For our devotional reading this morning, we look at 3 John, verses 1, 2, and 3, and maybe 4. I love in truth. Beloved, I pray that you may prosper in all things and be in good health, just as your soul prospers. For I rejoiced greatly when brethren came and testified of the truth that is in you, just as you walk in truth. I have no greater joy than to hear that my children walk in truth. This morning, I want to greet you, everyone on this platform, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. It is so good to know that there is a God who we can call on. Here we see John making a recommendation, a statement to his beloved friend Gaius. And he said to him, Beloved, I pray that you may prosper in all things and be in good health, just as your soul prospers. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have a responsibility to take care of our personal health. And so this morning, as we gather in a session like this, especially for those of us men, to take care of our health situation. So as John said, that you may prosper and be in good health, even as your soul prosper. That is the focus this morning. And I want to thank the powers that be, the authorities, for putting on such a program today that will be of benefit to our male in particular. So may we listen attentively and may we put in practice the recommendations of the professional, not discounting the power of God, but God has placed these men and women in our lives to help us that we may live a little longer. Our time on earth may be enjoyed better. We would do well with some of the aches and pain. We'll do well without them. only if we heed the advice of the professionals. So may God help us this morning as we focus on the presentations today and practice the practices that contribute to good health. And may the Lord help us. Let us pray. Let us bow heads at this time. Pray. So, Heavenly Father, we give you thanks. We give you praise this morning. Lord, we honor and we adore your name. You are God, and there is none like unto thee. You are God all by yourself. We come this morning, and Lord, in this devotional exercise, God, as we're about to commence this seminar or webinar, God, all those who will be on this platform today, I pray a special blessing upon them. And that, Lord, you will cover under your blood. May the name of Christ be exalted. I pray for those who will be making the presentations today. And Lord, as they make presentation, may those of us who are listeners or who are on this platform will give heed to that which is being instructed by the presenters. Cover us all under your blood this morning, and may your name be glorified.
Just a minute, Pastor. I think you got muted in error. Pastor, back 5 minutes, please.
Are we back?
Pastor, 1 minute. Mrs. Byfield Jarvis seemed to have been kicked off, and Mr. Marlon from the NCSC. So sorry about that, but I'm going to ask you to start over the prayer because I don't know why they were dropped off. I'm just going to let back in Mrs. Byfield, and I just let in Mr. Johnson. I don't know why they came off. Sorry about that, Pastor. Mrs. Byfield? To make you back co-host, Miss Byfield.
All right, thank you.
And he's going to back on the prayer. Just remember, other persons, please do not unmute yourself. And those persons that are co-hosts, do not let in anybody unless their names are there, please. I've sent a message to them in the chat to type in their names. Sorry about that. Over to you, Mrs. Byfield Jarvis.
Good morning again. Was Pastor finished with devotion because I got kicked
No.
off?
No. That's why I tell him to start back from the prayer section.
All right, sorry. Go ahead. Continue. Sorry about that.
Okay, let us pray again one more time. So, Lord, we thank you. We give you honor. We give you praise. We glorify your wonderful name. There is no God like you. You are God all by yourself. And so as we come this morning in this session where we are called to this platform to sensitize us, to educate us about good health practices, I pray, oh God, that even as John spoke to Gaius, that you wish above all things that we prosper and be in good health as our soul prosper. This is the focus of this webinar this morning, to educate particularly our men on the importance of health care, good health care. I pray in the name of Jesus that we all will give heed to that which is being said. We all will give heed to the presenters. And Lord, as the writer said, teach us to number our days, that we may apply our hearts unto wisdom. Would you bless us, Lord? Would you cover us under your blood? Bless the organization and those who have organized this presentation, and that today will be a blessed day. Today will be a fulfilled day. Today will be a day when our males will come to grips with the truth of health issues. Hear us now this morning, and we breathe upon us. We give you all the praise, we give you all the honor, and we glorify your name. Again, I pray that you'll bless every presenter today, and at the end of this session, we will be better educated and be blessed. Thank you, Lord. Amen. Back to you, Mrs. Byfield.
All right, thanks again,
Over
everyone.
to you, Mrs. Byfield.
At this time, I will hand over to Mr. Johnson, but I just want to tell you thank you so much for that opening prayer, Pastor Muir.
Yeah, I can deeply empathize with that. Someone who actually lives in the US for a bit, even in a place like Miami.
Okay. Sorry, let me go over again. So I'm your host, Marlon Johnson, social worker within the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, parish organizer for the National Council of Seniors with responsibility for St. Andrew. I want to widely welcome all the persons who are here. I know our reach stretch the length and breadth of Jamaica, from Negril Point to Moran Point. I know persons are in the Jamaican diaspora, on the European circuit, and also in North America. I want to welcome you all. So persons who don't know what the National Council is about, it's a department within the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and we cater to the well-being of our seniors. Our slogan and our mantra is active, healthy, and productive aging. And with that said, our programs are geared and stimulated towards that. We have oversight for the implementation of the National Policy for Seniors. Our programs support the inclusion of seniors, the well-being of seniors, and the rights of older persons. Today's webinar is the first of its kind, and it is focused on 60 and over, loving it. And with that said, we focus on our men, because many times the two don't go hand in hand, men and men's health. What we'll be doing today, we'll have a lot of dynamic speakers who are experienced in the topic. We have brought these topics in this public space for us to discuss, so we can bring them to light. Many times as men, we put aside our sexual and reproductive health. But today we're gonna delve, discuss, and interact in this public space. So I want to just welcome all, each and everyone. Sit back, feel relaxed where you are, and be open to good and enriching discussions. Thank you.
Everyone, it is a pleasure to be joining you this morning for the Men's Health webinar on behalf of the board and the Executive Director, Mrs. Cassandra Morrison of the National Council for Senior Citizens. It is with pleasure that I bring greetings to you. I am happy to know that we are able to meet with you in such a fashion where we are promoting active, healthy, productive aging. And one of the major areas for focus of the National Council for Senior Citizens is to enhance the health of all older persons in Jamaica. And so through programs such as these, we are able to not only meet our mandate, but also be able to assist older persons in enhancing their physical, mental, and overall holistic well-being. We are happy to know that we're also joined by our partners who have worked with us, which includes the National Health Fund and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. In order to execute programs such as these, it is always a pleasure to know that we're able to have stakeholders and partners who are able to join in and also contribute to ensuring that information regarding the health of older persons is something that's a priority. And so I also take the time to give thanks to our stakeholders, such as the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the National Health Fund, and all our presenters who have taken the time out to participate in the session this morning. We, especially at the council, always try to ensure that there are targeted initiatives, especially geared towards increasing and enhancing the health of our men, because generally our senior men are often the persons within the older population who are not easily engaged in regards to enhancing and keeping up with their health. And so we are happy to know that a webinar such as this gives the opportunity for men to come on board and to also be able to have information that they'll be able to utilize and apply so that they can also participate in the active aging agenda. Men, we are happy to have you with us today, and I'm sure, because I've heard that there are a few females who have joined us, but that is also welcome, because then men, you don't operate in silos, and it's important that women also are equipped and armed with the information so you too can better be able to care for the men. And so as you continue throughout the webinar this morning, we ask you not just to be present, but to also actively participate and also be able to apply whatever information it is that you will learn, because we are sure that it will be valuable information that you will be able to receive this morning that you can apply and utilize. Thank you for joining in, and as we go throughout the rest of the webinar, I hope that everything goes well and you will be able to not only apply but share with others who are unable to join in this morning. Thank you, and I hand over back to Mr. Marlon Johnson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nunez.
about it, let us look, especially when we're elderly, a lot of being healthy after 60 would have taken decisions that we had when we were in our 20s and 30s. In the old days, I remember a man who said that once you get to be 50 and you're healthy, it's an easy ride to 60 or 70. Sorry, to 70 or 80. But those are different because in those days, healthcare was sporadic. A lot of people were hypertensive. They didn't have their pressures checked. You know, diabetes was as not as common. And so he was grossly obese. And within a year or two, he was diabetic, had heart problems, and died at 60 from a massive stroke. So just to look at what we should do in developing healthy habits. One is diet. And nowadays, we're producing chickens in 5 to 6 weeks. You look at the wheat, the bread that we eat. In those days, it was all plant and the yield was poor. Nowadays, a shorter plant. The yield is far superior, but it raises your blood sugar very, very quickly. We look at a lot of times, you know, the fertilizer, they're not as healthy. We don't eat vegetables because it's becoming so much more expensive. A lot of the foods which we had as a treat, for example, nowadays that is the standard food for children. Kids which are laden with altered fats. The diet that we have is much poorer. Television was invented in Jamaica in 1962. Prior to that, we had to, during summer, have our own entertainment. So we'd start in the mornings, exercising, playing, something else in the evening. So we're always active. Times were less stressful in that crime was something distant and far away. Nowadays, it's at our doorstep. Of course, there comes the first. I give it. He was a public health inspector, and he became a parson, and his lump so he took the back of the Mona house. He rented out so that as a retiree, he was better off, you know, working as a parson, rent, plus his pension, than when he was working. But when he retired, his dollar was worth $1.20 US. When he died, it was worth 2.5 cents. When I retired, it was 14 years ago, the dollar was worth $60 US. Now it's 150. So a lot of the plans which we had can go up in flames and smoke because if we don't plan, and if we are not healthy, we end up having to spend on our health, we're in serious problems. There's nothing that can wipe out a family's fortune like a serious illness, a heart attack, and having to do surgery. You may end up spending the equivalent of 50 or 60,000 US which can wipe out anybody. And so, having depressed you all, let us look at what a healthy 60-year-old should be doing. One, a diet which is based on plants and multicolored. I tell people lots of purple, yellow, orange, green, fruits in moderate amounts, not too much. Again, multicolored. Lots of water. And I don't recommend too much in the way of juices, because juices, they have taken out the fiber from the juice, from the fruit, and this leaves just the sugar and the water. So, but I advise people eat the fruit and drink water. Then, knowing your numbers, your blood pressure, first of all. Blood pressure, hypertension is called the silent killer. Why? Because your pressure goes up gradually usually as we age. And a lot of people, especially if you're not getting regular checkups, won't know that you're hypertensive. And it is said sometimes that almost a half of the people who are hypertensive don't know that they're hypertensive. And then of those who know, probably a third of them keep their pressure under control. Now, what are the factors affecting hypertension? One, genetic. I'd say that anybody who arrived by boat in the Caribbean have a tendency towards hypertension, because conditions in the hold of the ships that brought us were so terrible that those who could not hold on to their blood pressure during those conditions were thrown over as shark meat. Having arrived, and our diet consisted of salt mackerel and salt fish, that increased the stress. And they have found that people in rural Africa have a lower blood pressure than people in the cities of Africa, lower blood pressure among people in rural Caribbean versus those in the city. And we have a lower blood pressure than Black Americans. And part of this is stress. Now, stress is a part of life. We can't live a stress-free life. People who live a stress-free life, we see them going into the garbage to pick up food. They don't have a mortgage. They don't have school fees. So the problem is that stress in the acute, and we can manage it, is good. If it is prolonged, then it has serious implications. And the best way to describe chronic versus acute stress is if you were to hold out a glass of water. You hold it for a minute, it's easy. You hold it for an hour, it's more difficult. Try and hold it up for a day, and it will probably cause very, very serious problems. So important aspect is that of stress. The next thing you know is our blood sugar, because diabetes affects probably, and being pre-diabetic, it's probably about 20% of people, of adults. Now, the concept of diabetes when I was a student 50 odd years ago was that it was sugar in the urine. And this would be after you had passed a certain threshold where the kidney could no longer absorb all of the sugar coming in. That was usually at about 180 milligrams. We now define diabetics as people who blood sugar untreated would be at 140. So long before you start spilling sugar in the urine, you're diabetic. The other thing is that there's a condition of being pre-diabetic. And I remember when a classmate of mine, Professor Morrison, came and spoke and said the concept of being pre-diabetic, where long before you become diabetic, you're pre-diabetic and you're already suffering damage to your brain, your heart, your blood vessels, your nerves, your kidneys. And unless you test for this in this early phase, you might miss it. The other important one would be cholesterol. Now, cholesterol is a vital part of our makeup. It is what the body uses to make the cell wall and to make certain hormones. Up until when they discovered long-term treatment, an expensive treatment for cholesterol, it really did not exist in our psyche. It's now probably the most important substance, and we try and spend trying to reduce cholesterol. And a lot of times we use tons of medication which are not benign. Let me state here, the cholesterol medication, a lot of times the first thing that we do, your cholesterol goes up by a little, and we put you on medication. It can have serious effects on your liver and your muscles. And it can, put people at very, very serious risk. So then for men, the important thing again is to know your prostate-specific antigen, which is the one thing that distinguishes in these times, where people are gender neutral and coming to organic. One, this absolute is that men have that women don't have is prostate-specific antigen. It's a substance produced by the prostate, and there's no equivalent of the prostate in women. Now, the important thing is that age, especially if your father or near relative had prostate cancer, is to do a PSA at about age 40, and then it should be less than 4 nanograms per mil. And you should monitor this every year, every 2 years. And once it goes above 4, then you start worrying about it. If it is, but also if there's a rapid rise in the prostate specific antigen. So for example, if 1 year you are at 1 and the next year you are at 3, then this may indicate that there may be cancer. And I suppose your doctor will refer you to a urologist, and they will do an ultrasound to look at it. If there's anything suspicious, they can do a biopsy. Now, if it's the thing about prostate is that as we get older, it tends to enlarge. And one of the things is as it enlarges, it affects the ability to pass urine quickly, because humans are probably only mammals or the only animals where the prostate surrounds the urethra, which is what carries urine from the bladder to outside. And the purpose of the prostate, since we're talking about some sex, is that it produces fluid which makes, when we have sex, that the spermatozoa will be able to travel up into the vagina, which sometimes might be acid, and it helps to neutralize that. So it allows them to travel faster and to go into the cervix and up to fertilize the egg. All right, so other thing now, let us talk about the sexual part of it. A lot of times, if it is due to a blockage of the artery going to the penis, well, let me explain. When we have an erection, what happens is that the veins leading from the penis back to the inferior arm, the vein inside the pelvis tends to be constricted, and the arteries going to the penis becomes dilated, and so that's what makes it stiff. Now, if the arteries going to the penis become narrowed, it is an indication that all the arteries of that size, which include those going to the brain, to the kidneys, to the heart, may also be narrowed. Because it's an indication that you may be having serious vascular problems, and you may be at risk of having a stroke or a heart attack. It's not it's something that's hard for us to pardon the pun, to accept, but we have to look at how we're getting there. The good thing is that an exercise and being active, there can be some reversal. I remember the story of he was an architect and builder. Can't remember his name, but he was the one who guys killed that Englishman. He was killed on Mount Rossa and his body was dumped in the Red Mud Lake many years ago. And he had a heart attack.
Big Higgs.
Big Higgs, right. And he had a heart attack. And when he went to the States to do bypass surgery, he was in such poor condition that if they had touched him, that he would have quite possibly died. And stopped smoking and he started exercising. And by the time he went back, his arteries had improved. There is so much so that they didn't need to do the surgery. There's also the story of Chicken, that American, and he smoked, ate all the wrong foods, did everything wrong, had a heart attack in his late 30s. In those days, they didn't have surgery or anything like that. So he was sent home and he changed his whole lifestyle. Started eating healthy, started moderate exercise first, then became very vigorous. And he survived until he was in his 60s. They actually opened a Pritikin Health Center where they would charge people 8 to 10,000 US per week to live a healthy lifestyle. And in his 60s, he developed leukemia, had chemotherapy, and nothing happened. He was weak, lost a lot of weight, went to New York to see if they could help him. They told him they couldn't help him. So they sent his family home out for dinner the evening, and he slit his wrists. When they did post-mortem, there was been a complete reversal of his arteries. His arteries were now healthy. So it is never too late to start developing healthy habits. Right? Now, don't move from being totally inactive and start by doing a marathon. It's either start walking for half a mile, it's half a mile more than you did yesterday, or even a quarter mile, and gradually increase it. Each time I have a setback, if I have the flu or something, I start back at probably on the rowing machine 10 minutes, and then gradually move it up easy until I can go back to my 45 minutes there. Then don't exercise and then sit around for the next day, because sitting for prolonged periods is almost as bad for your health as smoking. Then if you have bad habits like smoking, give it up. And I know it's extremely difficult. If you spend the time on relaxing. And since there's something about sex, there are two things that you should be doing in your bedroom. One is having sex and two, sleeping. But bedrooms have become a boardroom where people take home work. They have a television which they watch. They read their emails. They play catch up with all manner of things. In the old days, I said my father was a public health inspector, and we lived in the country. And in the country, there was no electricity. So you had to have at night, you'd have lamps, some tiller lamps, and whatever it is, and you couldn't keep it on at night, so you blew it out. So there's nothing after 8 or 9 o'clock to do. So we slept. Get rid of most of it. So the takeaway from it is never too late to develop healthy habits. And healthy habits, we sometimes look at it as being more expensive because vegetables, especially now, and meat have become very expensive, and we sometimes go for the fast food, which is convenient, but it's best to spend some time looking at our lives, looking at our families. I think one of the good or bad things of the lockdown that we had was we had time to spend with our families. So I thank you all. I hope it has not been too boring, and I hope that I have added something to it.
All right. For our activities today, I want to especially thank you for the wealth of information. All right. Our next presenter and our next topic is managing diseases and looking after your sexual health. And this will be presented by Mr. Patrick Haywood. And who is he? He's the contact investigator for disease and sexual health in the beautiful parish of St. Mary's Health Department. So wanna welcome, give him a warm welcome to Mr. Patrick Haywood, who will now present to us.
Oh. Dr. Dawes, your mic is open. And younger women.
Not hearing.
Dr. McGill?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I am hearing you.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Yes, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
It is an honor to spend a few moments with you, just to talk, at least just to share some ideas with you about finding love after 60. Don't have any visual aids. Don't think I need any, as long as you can hear me clearly. Please feel free to ask questions, because just type your question into the chat and I'll respond to it quickly. All right.
I'm not seeing it on there.
Now, I want to begin with a quote by Rumi. Rumi was a mystic in the 1400s. He says, "Your task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it." All right? Very interesting. He said, your job isn't to seek for love. Your job is to find the barriers that prevent you from loving. Yes? Now the interesting thing is that at 60 and beyond, you've retired or semi-retired, and your life is less stressful stressful. You're able to make choices. You have less family commitments. The children have grown up and have gone through the coop. And if you have a partner, that is the time. That is the time to begin to explore your sexuality. That's the time to have more adventure. But the problem is that there are barriers there. And some of those barriers seem to be very, very innocent. For example, if there's problems in the marriage or in the relationship with your partner, the focus on the children or the focus is on work. So those things, work, children, for some, it is extramarital affairs, and whatever it is that can distract you from what's causing anxiety in the relationship. A lot of persons get involved in those things. Now, when the kids are out and work is not a main thing in your life, which also is a big distraction, you now are faced with your partner. That's when the anxieties will come up. That's when the things that you have avoided for so long with your partner, now you have to face it or confront it. Now, the issue here is not so much about changing your partner. The issue here is about changing you. You have full control over yourself. Well, let me say, greater control over yourself than your partner. You may be able to influence him or her, but you can change you. And the older you get does not necessarily mean, I don't agree that, you can bend the tree when it's old. It just had to take longer and slower. So you don't just make one move so you broke it up. You take your time. You might tell wire around it. You might steam it, and there are all kinds of ways you can just to slowly bend it. Before I even talk about love, I want to talk about attitude towards yourself and towards others. Now, I have been reading the scriptures and I've studied Jesus's ministry. And one of the things I found out about in Jesus's ministry, listen to this. I would coalesce or funnel Jesus's ministry into one thing, That thing is, on no account should you harbor negative thoughts. Now, it's easier after 60 because there are challenges you have to face. On no account should you harbor negative thoughts. Yeah, no, listen, you can't stop negative thoughts from coming into your head, but you certainly can stop from brooding over them or harboring them or entertaining them. So once you notice negative thoughts have entered your mind, it is your responsibility to neutralize it, to cancel it with a positive word or a positive thought or a scripture or something that will says, hey, I am protecting my peace of mind. So on no account should you harbor negative thoughts. What Jesus is saying is that, hey, if somebody teeth your shirt, give him the cloak too. If he box you upon your left jaw, turn the right jaw, make him box you upon that too. Yes? He says, love your enemies. Pray for those who abuse you. Do good to those who hate you. Don't you see that teaching is so very radical? How many of us as faith believing people do follow that? But it is so important to follow that. Maybe you can't just jump from where you are to get to that extreme as Jesus taught. But certainly, you can first start to forgiving yourself for all of the mistakes you made. Because all of us make mistakes. It starts there. first forgiving yourself. You know, so it's so important to recognize that the state you're in right now are really choices that you made over the years. And I'm saying where you are right now, there should be no regrets. No regrets. Yes? If you know where you are falling short, then start to bend the tree, little by little by little. Now, after 60, one has to recognize that the most important thing is family. Yes, it's family. The most important thing is comradeship. It's collaborating. It is we're working together. That you're still a significant member in your family or in your relationship. You are a contributing member. So I'm saying to you, it really is a time. Sex is important, you know, very important. And in fact, I'm saying especially to the ladies over 60, I want you to reignite your sexuality because a big part of who you are. And so for men, let's look at what's going on with you sexually. Is your erections not as strong as they used to be? Do you find that it takes a lot more effort to get an erection? Or are you know, all of that is saying, one, it is saying your cardiovascular condition need to be examined. Because if your erections are not, well, you're older, so they won't be as strong as they used to be when you were in your 30s or 20s. But you want to have a fairly strong erection for penetration. Yeah? And for the women, I know women, it's, you know, having, you think that sex, a lot of women, I find that they say sex is older women, that sex is for young people. They've been there, done that. But I strongly disagree. Your whole body is a sex organ. The whole body, arms, your hands, your fingers, you know, your body, be able to appreciate your body, to touch your body, to see your body, and appreciate and just be in love with what you see in front of the mirror. Yes, there will be sags, breast will sag, tummy a bit protrude, but it is the temple of the Holy Spirit. I want you to remember that. I say the same thing with the men. Yeah. So the important thing is to be in health, be in good health. And to be in good health, as Dr. Dawes spoke about it to some degree, exercise is important for both the men and the women, especially for men. Your cardiovascular condition says if it's in good condition, then you tend to have very strong erections. So it means that exercising on a daily basis, not just every other day, no, but every day go for a walk. And when you're going for a walk, I'm thinking that, don't just only go for a walk just for an exercise. Go for a walk to just appreciate nature. If you hear a bird singing, and look to find where that bird is. Look at the trees. Look at how different they are. They have their own personalities. Yes, just be aware of nature, everything green, and that is calming. That is therapeutic. Now, suppose you have issues with the fact that you're now in your 60s and you're now feeling alone. Yeah, the children are gone abroad or wherever else. They don't communicate as often as they used to. And maybe you're separated from your partner and you're living alone. Can you really be happy? Can you find true love? And the answer to that is a resounding yes, you can. And so how do you go about that? Well, you know? It means finding a social group that you feel comfortable with. It might very well be church, yeah? It might be a service club that you've been involved in. Or it may be just checking, going online, hoping that you have some very basic computer skills, go online. And there are a number of dating sites that you can take your time and experiment with it, such as Match.com and quite a few dating sites. And you just play with it, experiment with it, and see what it produces. So certainly that is one way. So there is a way. There's always alternative to it. But the important thing I say is whether you have loving relatives and loving partners around you or not, it's important that you appreciate who you are, where you are, and no regrets. Yes, there is a saying, I don't know where it comes from, but it's a very old saying. It says, whatever happens, full stop. What is what I want. Only that, but that. Now, that again is a radical, drastic poem. It basically saying what the Bible says, all things work together for good to those who love God, all things. Another passage says, therefore, in everything, not some things, in everything give thanks, because it is the will of God concerning you. Yeah? So, it might very well mean you forgiving yourself of some mistakes and some bad decisions you made in the past. Forgive yourself and get over it. Just get over it. Yeah? And I want you to start appreciating this latter part of your life should be the best part of your life. Let me repeat it. This part of your life ought to be the crowning achievement of your life. It is a time when you're generative. It's a time when you're generative and you're thinking of giving back. Maybe some of those skills that you have honed to a very refined and perfect degree, you can give back to those who are still have lots of self-doubt and feel very incapable. We can give back. Yes? I'm thinking one of the important things that I think I would love to see people our age do is learn to be kind all the time. It's one of the things I think Jamaicans need desperately. How to be kind to everybody, whether it's a friend or a stranger. How to watch your words. Yes? I mean, if you have something in your head, everybody like to be frank and just say what's on their mind. No, stop that. I'm saying you think about what you want to convey and how you convey it to the next person in order to help them to become better. The how, a lot of times, is more important than the what. So I'm saying for us, let us be good examples. And so, and let us not make a big deal out of small things anymore. What really matters is not what you have or how much you possess, because you know that you're going to die and leave it behind. So what the heck? What's all of this for? You're born, you mature, you accumulate stuff, then you die, and you leave the stuff behind, and then you're forgotten, just like a grass. You know, it comes up today, and it might be eaten by the cow, or it just dies, and it's forgotten. That's us. That's us. So what is important is the present moment that you're living in, not the past. The past happened already, whether for good or ill, it happened already. The future, we have no knowledge of the future. what we have and where we ought to live is in this present moment. So I'm saying, be conscious, be aware, be more open to what is happening around you now. For example, spend more time smelling your coffee rather than just drinking it. Spend more time in the yard growing some flowers or some vegetables for the kitchen. Spend more time with people who could benefit from your experience. Spend more time with God. Yes? And so I'm saying to all of you, everyone, including myself, enjoy this moment you have, because that is all that you have. Stop desiring for better. Accept what is. What is what I want. So it's not about the situation changing, it's about you changing to accept the situation. Yes? And so remember, as I said before, and as I close, I'm saying, I remind you, do more self-examination in your quiet time. Learn to spend time, quiet time together. I mean, or not together, by yourself. Yes? And you see, be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am. Be still and know. You get a lot of knowledge from silence. Be still. Just be. Let us sit up together, everyone. If you're in your chair, just sit up for me. Come on, folks, sit up for me. Yes, sit up in your chair and put yourself forward a bit so you're almost on the edge of your chair. Yeah. All right. I'm seeing a lot of blank walls, but it's okay. I'm seeing a few persons. Good. Now, place your hands on your knees for me. And then roll your shoulders backwards for me. Roll them backward. Come on, man. Everybody. We can't just only listen. You make your body work as well. Erwin, watch me, you know. Roll your shoulders backwards. Good. Then, nice. Very good, Mr. Williams. Yes? Then forward. Very good. Now, another one. Bring your fingertips on your shoulder. And again, make big circles backwards. You know when you have tension, where your tension tends to be? In your shoulders and in your neck. So we're just working out this thing and out. Yes? Then go the opposite direction. And put a smile on your face while you're doing it. Good. All right. Now, your left hand, hold the right side of your head and slowly pull your head to the left, slowly, gently. Feel the stretch in your neck. Now slightly nod, just to extend that stretch a little bit more. Let those muscles work a little more. Slightly nod. Good. Very good. Now let's try for the next hand. Right hand, holding the left side of the head, pulling towards the right, slowly and gently to the right. Just be aware that you're breathing. Now, slightly nod to extend that stretch a bit more for that neck, that side of your neck. Good. Hands in your lap. Bring your chin to your chest. Bring your chin to your chest. And we make big circles with your neck. Breathing in, moving to the right, making circles with your neck, your head. You're going to the left, breathing out as you descend. Let's do 5 of those. Be aware of your breath. You're breathing into the right, breathing out to the left. One more. Then let's reverse, going to the left, chin to chest. Now breathing in, going to the left, the head going to the left. Just be aware of your body. Notice the sensations in your body. And every time you take a breath, let that breath be a breath full of gratitude and thanksgiving. Just tell yourself that you're a good person. You know that. Believe it when you say it, though. 2 more circles. And then bring your chin back to your chest. Breathe in and raise your head. Breathe out as you lower your head. Again, breathe in, raise your head. Put that gentle smile on your face. Now just shake up the body, shake up the upper body. You know, like you get ready for a race, shake up the body. Yes, man, shake it. God bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon you and give you his peace, now and forevermore. Amen. All the best. Take care.
Okay. Dr. McGill, we were so grateful for the presentation. We got a sermon, we got exercise, it's box office stuff, and I know that we are feeling rejuvenated and well relaxed for the rest of the program. Thank you very much, sir. We needed that. With the hustle and bustle of life and all that COVID that has bring on us, we need things like that more often to keep us relaxed. At this time, we'll be having a poem that will be done by a senior from St. Thomas. You know, performing arts and poetry can be used as a means, as the tools of also reinforcing what we want to give out today. I know our topic, as I said, is being 60 and over and loving it. So the poem that will be presented will be used now as a medium and as a means of also reinforcing that.
Good morning, everyone. I have the video up, but I'm unable to share. So I'm going to ask one of the persons who have the sharing ability to assist me in terms of sharing the poem.
All right. Okay.
Sorry again about the page.
All right, Miss Kernaldi, we need for Miss Jarvis to have the sharing
Is, is,
feature.
is Jarvis J. Golden?
No, it's Maureen Jarvis. Maureen Byfield Jarvis.
No, I gave it to Jay Golden has the option to share because it's her mic light up. Is she doing the poem?
No, it's already pre-recording, Miss Kernaldi. So Miss Byfield has an opportunity to share with us.
So Jay Golden doesn't need.
No. Just bear with us, participants.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson. I'm just joining. Am I to understand that your meeting hasn't gotten started yet?
We are on the race, we are on the track, we have been running, we have 2 presenters so far. We're having some technical difficulties to share our video, so just bear with us for a few seconds. I take it you're just joining in. All right. Until we get that sorted out, the show must go on. We don't want to hear to be here.
I'm just looking for Mrs. Byfield name in the list of participants because what I'd done was given Jay Golden the co-host. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson?
Yes,
Tell her to be quiet.
Not hearing anything.
Mr. Johnson, can you ask Emerge to return the host option to me, please? He has the host option. Could you ask him to return it to me and I'll sort it out? No, make me the host. Make me the host. Okay. So Miss Byfield is playing a recording, right?
Age 40. I'm now 61. And so after doing my first test at 40, I started doing annual executive profiles, which would have included a PSA, prostate-specific antigen test. And about a little over a year ago, I got my diagnosis. That would have been about last May. I actually, well, my primary care provider noticed a rise in my PSA. I think you know that the limit is 4, it went up to 5 point something. And he became concerned, so he referred me to a urologist who did a digital examination and just suggested that we watch it for a while. The next exam, it went up to 6. And so he became, a bit more concerned then and suggested that I do a MRI. No, I was a bit careless. I didn't follow up on the MRI. And so I continued to do the annual test though. And I noticed that it went up to 8, it came back down to 6. And so because I saw it declining, I felt that everything was okay until the next test I did, it went up to 13.6. Now that got my attention. And so I went back to see my urologist and followed through with the MRI. And he saw an area of concern when he got the results. And so we did a biopsy. The biopsy returned positive for prostate cancer. That kind of threw me in a bit of turmoil for a while. And when I settled, well, he just told me to take some time and think about, the next step. And, I was given options, whether surgery or radiation. And give me some material to read and, to inform myself as to, what choice to make. I was told that if I did, well, both options I was told was, fairly effective. And, but if I did radiation, if I chose the radiation option, then, and I needed to do further treatment, it wouldn't have been available locally in terms of a surgery after doing radiation. So I chose the surgery option. So I was diagnosed last May. I did surgery last year, that is 2021. August 23, last year I did surgery. And was told that, it went well and all of that, but then this pathology report from the specimen showed that there was need for further treatment. Like the cancer wasn't fully contained in the prostate. It had gone to the surface. So I needed further treatment. So radiation was recommended along with some hormone treatment. Hormone treatment was to suppress testosterone production because I'm told that cancer feeds off testosterone. So I did my radiation treatment and I just completed that about a month ago, 7.5 weeks, and still on the hormone treatment. I've had good support from my wife, my children, family in general. I'm a Christian, so I have support from my church family also. Well, most people who have been on the journey will tell you that no treatment for cancer is easy, but so far, I'm surviving now since diagnosis for over a year. And apart from, some side effects from the radiation and some amount of fatigue at times, I'm doing well. I'm doing okay so far. And, just trusting God on the journey that I'm on. I'm here because I want other men to be aware, and I'm quite open to share with anybody. I could, give more details, but I guess Mr. Johnson would have my contact if you need to call me, if you're a man and you need, somebody to talk to about it. I'm quite open to that. So, that's it, basically. Thanks for the opportunity to share.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. O'Connor. I'm sure what you have openly shared will not be fall on deaf ears, and it would be of some encouragement to our men, persons who are in similar situation, and for some of us who are not there, to take precautionary measures not to get there. So I want to thank you for sharing. As I said, most time when it comes to health topic relating to men reproductive, sexual and reproductive health, we tend to shy away. So I'm really glad we were able to get someone to give a testimony and to shed some more light as somebody who has a first-hand experience of that reproductive and health disease. Thank you very much, Mr. O'Connor. At this time, I'll be calling on Mrs. Delia Gale Reed. She's the Acting Parish Health Promotion and Education Officer for the Portland Health Department. Mrs. Gale Reed, are you among us, one of our participants this morning to present?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and their topic of discussion will be hypertension and erectile dysfunction. And the colloquial saying, pressure bust pipe. Off to you to turn on the pipe.
Thank you. I will be doing a PowerPoint presentation. Could you please allow me access to share my screen?
Our technical team, Emerge Multimedia Limited, can you allow her that privilege, please?
She has access. She's a co-host.
Okay, thank you very much.
Please give me a minute while I bring up my presentation. Are you able to see my screen, everyone?
Yes, we are able.
Yes. Everyone is able to see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, great. If there are any challenges, if the slides stop showing, please feel free to tell me so I can make adjustments. So thank you so much. And I want to say thank you for having me on this forum. You know, there is a song that says we over 60 and we're loving it. So is anybody here in the platform who is loving being over 60? Just let me hear you say, thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
Great.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Hallelujah.
Yes,
Lord.
thank you so much. Thank you. So I see that persons are hearing me clearly and they are with me now, and we are grateful today for life. And if we are grateful today for life, you know, God has given us this body, and he has given us this body to take care of it. We are not just merely existing. We have a life to live. So let us make it worthwhile and meaningful. Is that so? Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, so without any further ado, I'm going to go straight into this presentation. Hypertension, the silent killer, as well as sexual dysfunctions. And I know that these two topics are topics that persons within this age group are very, very interested in. As a matter of fact, hypertension right now, one time they used to say it's an old people disease. But right now, There is nothing such as old people disease anymore, right? And hypertension, we see hypertension among children in schools, we see hypertension among workforce, we see hypertension among all age groups. So we're going to talk about hypertension. We're going to make the link with hypertension and sexual dysfunction, and we're going to talk about how it affects persons, how it can be treated, and how these two conditions can be properly managed. So what is hypertension? And trying to move my slide, but I don't know. All right, so I'm trying to get my slides going. Doesn't seem to be going. Oh, there we go. All right, so what is a few tips here on hypertension and sexual dysfunction, even before I go into the two topics separately. So one of the main things, high blood pressure is one of the most common causes of erectile dysfunction. And we soon look at what erectile dysfunctions are. So erectile dysfunctions have to do with anything that affects you enjoying sex, sexual intercourse, or sexual relations. Research has shown that men with high blood pressure are nearly twice as likely to experience erectile dysfunction, as well as impaired blood flow to the penis and other areas, as would normally be the case with persons of normal blood pressure. So it is estimated that nearly 30% of all men with high blood pressure or hypertension suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's a big number, isn't it? Isn't it? Yes, it is. So high blood pressure can cause damage to your blood vessels, limiting the blood flow throughout your entire body, including the genitals, in particular the penile and the vaginal regions. So hardened and narrow blood vessels make it quite tough or hard for the blood to flow down to the penis and to the vagina for sexual intercourse. And because blood pressure medications work by stimulating your blood flow, helping the blood to flow better, they cause a lowering of your blood pressure. And this may have a benefit to improve erectile dysfunction. So it means that if you lower your blood pressure, it can improve erectile dysfunction and sexual dysfunctions. So you see, if you are on high blood pressure medication, take your medication. So let's go into high blood pressure now. So what is high blood pressure? There's a pressure bus pipe. So I want to know now, and I want this to be an interactive session. So I don't want to be just talking and I don't know if you're there or listening or responding. So I want you to interact with me. So what is hypertension or high blood pressure? Is there anybody who don't have a blood pressure? I want you to talk with me. Is there anybody living who not have no blood pressure?
No.
No. No. So if you don't have a blood pressure, what happened?
You're dead.
Yes. So to pronounce the person dead, the doctor will check to see if there is a pulse. So they can check in the neck or they can check the wrist. And, you know, if there is no blood pressure, they don't feel a pulse, it means that the heart is not working. So once you are living, your heart will be working to pump the blood all over the body. Now, everybody has a blood pressure. So if a dog run you down, guess what? The blood pressure gonna go up because it's gonna kick in here to allow you to be able to move, adrenaline rushes in, raise your blood pressure so you can run from the dog. You can scale a 10-foot fence. And when you go back and look at it, guess what? You wonder how me go over it, right? So your blood pressure can also get up higher when you are excited. Like if you know that, boy, I'm going to mash a work later, you know, your blood pressure can go up. So you don't want it go too much up. If you're worried or you're sad or you're depressed, did you know that this can also cause your blood pressure to go up? And when you are relaxed, when you are sleeping, your blood pressure should go down. So your blood pressure will vary throughout the day. All right, so high blood pressure now is a condition where your blood pressure go up high and it stays up there and it's not coming back down. So they call it the sustained high blood pressure. Now, how do you know if you have high blood pressure? It is called the silent killer because really the symptoms are very, very subtle. It means you hardly find any symptoms. And some of the symptoms for high blood pressure, we ignore them. For instance, if you're feeling a little headache in the forefront of your head or in the base of your head, you might say, sure, something else, or you take 2 pills and you wait it out. But guess what? So many people are suffering from high blood pressure and they don't know. And guess what? We have people out there with high blood pressure because they don't know. They're doing everything. They're not taking care of themselves until they just drop down out there. Only to hear say is a heart attack or a stroke or something else. So continuing. So high blood pressure is very dangerous. It is a sign that your heart is working harder. It is a sign that there are damages happening inside the body. It is a sign that your blood vessels are under pressure, your kidneys, your other organs are under pressure. Now, to let this be easier for us to understand, and we're going to talk now, I want you to respond to me. Let us compare blood pressure to the water running in the pipe. You hear them say pressure bus pipe? That's what they do. That's what it says on the flyer, right? Pressure bus pipe. So let's compare blood pressure to the water flowing in the pipe. So I want you to answer me. When the water in the pipe is flowing normal and nice, how does it run? I want somebody to answer me. How does it run? If the water is running normal in the pipe, how does it run?
Slowly. Give a constant flow.
Smooth.
Could you repeat that?
Constant flow, smoothly.
All right, so it's, you're a bit low. I'm not hearing you.
Slowly.
So it flows nicely and easily, right? So if the pressure in the pipe is high, if you have a high pressure in the pipe, now what is happening?
Water spewing all over.
Pardon me?
Water spewing all over the place.
Yes, the water just going. If you set a bottle underneath it to full within no time, zhoops, it's full down.
The pipe have to be strong.
Yes, and if you look on the road, sometimes you see where the pipe, when the water pressure is so high, the pipes just start bursting up. Is that so?
Yes, miss.
Yes. And if the water pressure in the pipe is running at a low pressure, how does it run? If you're trying to fill a bottle, what happens?
Take a longer time.
Time.
Right, it's barely flowing. So it's the same thing with your blood pressure. So if you have high blood pressure, the flow of the blood in the body is moving rapidly, high volume of blood, higher than normal, being pushed and forced around the entire body by the heart. So the heart is under greater pressure to push this whole heap, this large volume of blood around the body, and naturally the pressure is going to be high. If the blood pressure is low, then guess what? The blood is going to be flowing much less and slower around the body, and this can cause persons now to feel dizzy because the blood flow to the body is not going as it should, so they can feel weak, they feel exhausted and dizzy and all of that. Now high blood pressure, now it can cause the headache and it can cause a tenseness all over the body, but as I said, so many persons, they shake it off as nothing, not knowing that this dangerous condition is there, causing the heart to grow larger. If we see right here, the heart enlarges. You hear the talk about heart swelling? So the heart is actually getting bigger to try to control and efficiently pump the blood around the body, this high pressure of blood around the body, and it's going to be pumping it harder. Now, there are other conditions that can develop as a result of high blood pressure. So we have conditions where when this high volume of blood being forced around the body at this high pressure, it causes damages to the blood vessels, and it causes damages to the arteries, and it causes damages to anywhere that these blood vessels go to. So when the damages occur, it can lead to, so if there is, for instance, pressure burst pipe, if one of the blood vessels or the arteries into the brain gets burst, guess what does that cause? See it right here in this blue photo here. What do you think would that cause? If, say, for instance, one of the the arteries, pardon me?
Hemorrhaging.
It can cause, yes?
Hemorrhaging.
Yes, it can cause hemorrhaging, right? It can cause a stroke. It can cause you to, the person, when the blood vessel bursts to the brain, can cause a bleeding out. Right, so that's a stroke. If there is damage to the blood, the arteries going to your heart, it can cause what? See the man right here, this
Heart
gentleman,
attack.
what do you think is happening to the heart?
He's having a heart attack.
Yes, it can cause a heart attack if it bursts or damages the blood vessels going to the arteries going to your heart. It can give you a heart attack, right? So untreated high blood pressure is really dangerous because the blood vessels, the arteries in your body are being damaged and you don't have a clue. So that's why it's so dangerous. So it can cause a stroke. Uncontrolled high blood pressure can cause enlargement of the heart. It can cause heart failure. It can put you at risk of getting heart attacks, and it causes heart disease. So let's look at some other conditions now affecting the arteries. So the arteries carry your good, nice, oxygen-filled or oxygenated blood around your body. So conditions that also work with high blood pressure to make you very at risk include high cholesterol. We also have atherosclerosis. We also have the narrowing and the hardening of the blood vessels. So if we look over here to the left, can you see my cursor moving? What you see happening here is, can we see the total block over here?
Yes.
Right. So guess what? If your cholesterol is not under control, these fatty deposits here, actually the cholesterol, and they block the arteries and the blood vessels. And if they do this to your heart, your brain, this can cause stroke, heart attack, anywhere else around your body. Your kidneys can be damaged. It can kill other organs of your body as well or cause major damage. In the middle right here, this branch of the blood vessel up here, we see it wide and nice. These little red things are your red blood cells, which is indicative of your blood flowing. So when the blood flows through this wide blood vessel up here, everything is fine and nice. But when we look down here, what can we notice with all these blood cells just being, what happened in here? Can somebody just tell me what they think is happening here?
They're being pushed together. They don't have enough space to move.
Great. So they're being pushed, squished, forced together. What do you think is causing that force? Look at the size of it compared to the other branch.
The narrowing
of blood vessel.
Great. It's narrowing. And many things can cause a narrowing of the blood vessels. So the blood vessels can be narrowed because of lifestyle, unhealthy, and the rain is coming so hard. I don't know, are you hearing me? The rain is pouring right now.
Hearing you loud and clear.
Could you please give me a second? Let me
Loud and
attach a
clear.
speaker because the rain is really pouring and I'm
But
not
you-
sure if you're hearing because I'm not hearing
But you are
clearly.
very loud and clear.
Not hearing. Let me just. All right, so in the interim, while my speaker is coming up, is being adjusted. Oh, I'm gonna have to come out of the slideshow if I'm to do that. Mr. Francis and persons online, are you able to hear me speaking? Oh,
We are hearing you well. We are hearing you quite well.
You're very
I'm
loud and
hearing
clear.
They're
All right.
hearing you.
You're hearing me.
I'm
Great.
hearing you.
So, I'm not hearing anything. However, they're hearing me. So I'm just gonna continue then. So if we look in the middle here, the narrowing of the blood vessel can be caused by damages over the years, by vascular disease. It can be caused by high blood pressure, causing continuous damage to the blood vessels so they begin to constrict and get smaller and tighten, right? Smoking, alcohol, excessive consumption, some of these things, they actually cause narrowing and stiffening and hardening of the blood vessels. So that is why also coronary artery disease and high blood pressure are linked to sexual dysfunction. Because same way, the blood vessel to the penis should be very wide, you know, to accommodate an inflow of blood to cause an erection when the man is aroused. However, if we have a condition where the blood vessel, you know, they're very tight and stiff, the penis will not be able to be erect as how it should, because the blood flow to the penis would be limited. And this also affects women too, because for the ladies, the narrowing of the blood vessels also causes poor blood flow to the vagina. And certain things like these can cause the vagina to be very dry and cause discomfort in sexual intercourse. If we look on this side here, can we see all of this yellow buildup in this blood vessel here? So that is another condition over here. So this here is when you have damages to the blood vessels. And when the blood vessels become damaged, guess what? Cholesterol and fatty deposits begin to seep in to your blood vessels and begin to pack it up, and it can cut off the blood flow. As we can see here, this narrowing of this blood vessel due to the excessive amount of fat buildup, as well as cholesterol. All right, so let us go into it now. So we have a background on high blood pressure, and we have a background on how high blood pressure is linked to sexual dysfunctions. So what are sexual dysfunctions again? So let us look at it now. So sexual dysfunctions, as the name implies, is when you have trouble having sex or enjoying sex. Now, sex is very important, you know. Listen, sex is a very important part of our lives. Anybody agree with me?
Yes, yes,
Amen.
yes.
Yes. We are sexual creatures. We are sexual beings. We were created this way by God Almighty Himself. He made us to partake in sexual activity, right? So it is an important part of our lives. And if we choose to be celibate, it's a choice that you make. However, anyone at any age should be, you know, should feel okay or should feel entitled to be sexually active, regardless of whatever age you may become, right? You know, you have some people out there, you know, when we talk about this thing, and I want you to talk with me too. Some people out there might say, Chuck, in my 70 yard, or she a 80 yard, or she a 60 yard, what she a do with sex? And we hear people saying these things out there, but the fact of the matter is, even before these young people out there who are discriminating against the elderly, sex was there before them. And it's a reason why they are here. It's a reason why we are all here. Is that so, everybody? Yes, so sexual disorders, as we grow older, can become very common. And they are treatable. So we're going to be looking at the different types of sexual dysfunctions right now. Okay. Trying to get my slides to work again. They're frozen. All right. So we have hypoactive sexual desire disorder. So I'm just listing them out now, and then we're going to go into them one by one. We have erectile dysfunction, which is one of the common ones. We have orgasm disorder. We have vulvodynia. We have genital arousal disorder. And we have premature ejaculation. So there are many different types of sexual dysfunctions out there. So hypoactive sexual disorder is when you're just not interested in sex. Now, a myriad of reasons can cause people to not be interested in sex. So they have a low sex drive, and if it bothers you, then it is a problem, right? If it doesn't bother you, you're not interested in sex, then it won't be a problem to you. But if you are just, say for instance, you're in a relationship, your partner wants to have sexual intercourse, and all the time you're just not interested in sex, you know, you might end up neglecting the partner. You know, you might end up neglecting also your relationship, because sexual intercourse is a very big part of many of all relationships, as a matter of fact. Now, hypoactive sexual disorder, you're not interested in sex, you don't want to have sex. This is a concern, and if you're in a relationship and you find that it is posing problem, then you need to have it addressed. It can be a psychological matter. It can be a physical matter, but we'll soon look at different treatments for this disorder. So what we find is that the hyperactive sexual disorder tends to bother women more than men. In men, we find that as you grow older, and the hormone, which is one of them responsible for driving your sex driving men, such as your testosterone, once it begins to drop when you get older, many men begin to, you know, lose their sex drive. And this can, you know, if it causes a problem in the relationship, then it should be addressed. One of the most popular ones now, erectile dysfunction, where we find that little Tom, we have big Tom, right? And little Tom, which is a penis, is not standing up to the work as how it used to, right? So if now we find that little Tom or the penis is not able to come up, stand up to the job anymore, something is wrong, right? And it needs to be addressed. If it's causing a problem in your relationship, if it is causing a problem with you, physically, mentally, psychologically, you need to see a medical professional about this issue to get it sorted out. Some men do not have total impotence, but what happens is that the penis is able to go up, but it might not be as firm as the woman would want it, as how it used to be, because there's a problem with the blood flow into the penis. Or it can come up and then, you know, it's not maintaining that erection that it needs to satisfy the partner or to cause or to arouse that orgasmic effect. So we're continuing now. Orgasm disorder is when a woman cannot reach an orgasm, or you have trouble reaching the orgasm. And we find that, you know, what is you know, appalling is that you have many women out there who are faking orgasms. Did we know that?
Oh, yes.
Yes. We have many women out there who are faking orgasms because they're having trouble reaching orgasms. It can be because they're not properly stimulated by the man. It can be because they were not engaging in enough foreplay prior to the sexual activity. And these things can really affect women reaching an orgasm. So the foreplay is very important to get the woman in the frame of mind, because guess what? Women's minds work with the body. Did we know that? Women's minds work with our genitals. Did we know that? I want a woman to answer me. Is that so, ladies?
Yes.
Great. So if the woman is having problems here, stressed out and tensed and worried, or having other concerns, or worse if she vexed with the man, worse if she vexed with the partner, guess what? Up here and down there, the genitals disconnect. So guess what? That disconnection causes trouble to reach an orgasm, right? And this is a fact, right? So men are more tactile. Women are more, we work with our emotions. And this is not just me, this is scientific, right? This is research based. Now, if the woman is having issues affecting her, getting into the sexual mood, and I'm talking about all women, regardless of what age you are, if they have trouble saying, for instance, you're not feeling sexy enough, or saying, for instance, you're not feeling as though you are attractive enough, did you know that these things can actually cause sexual dysfunction? If you are not confident when you're going to have sexual intercourse, it can affect you reaching an orgasm. Did you know that, ladies? So ladies, orgasm disorder, you really need to get into that frame of mind and get a connection between mind and body, right? To reach that orgasmic state. And the men and any partner who is engaging in sexual activity with the woman, you have to, know that these things can affect a woman reaching an orgasm, right? Now, some women may have orgasm disorder, and this one is very, very important. That's why, ladies, you should do your pap smear. Make sure you do your pap smear to make sure you check that there is not cervical cancer or HPV virus there. And your doctor is the only one who can tell you when to stop doing your pap smears. So women who develop cervical cancer and they have, say for instance, it's spread up into the womb and all of that, and they have to take out their womb, they call it a hysterectomy. These women will also have orgasm disorder because it's the womb that actually dips into the vagina, that big orgasmic contraction that fills the whole body with excitement, ladies. It's when the womb and the cervix actually dips down into the vagina. And that is what makes you feel that high level of that contraction and that orgasm that you feel as though rivers of water is flowing out of your body. All right, so if you have a hysterectomy, so for instance, if you develop cervical cancer, or if you develop endometrial cancer, or if you have to take out your womb because of endometriosis, which is growths within the womb and so on. If you lose your womb, if it's taken out due to hysterectomy, you will not be able to have an orgasm, right? So this will affect the women in that way. So, and I know many women who have had their womb taken out. It doesn't mean that they will not be able to enjoy sex, and be pleasured, but that great orgasmic reach will not be there. All right, so you have vulvodynia. So vulvodynia is another type of sexual dysfunction where it causes pain in the vulva. Now the vulva, as we can look right here, is the vagina. So down here, we have the anus right to the back down here. And are you able to follow my cursor, everybody? Just let me hear you say, somebody indicate that they're able to see.
Yes,
we're following.
yes.
Great. And I'm hoping that you are following my presentation well. Is that so?
Great presentation.
All right.
Yes,
so
we are following.
Informative.
Thank you. So continuing now, ladies. So with the legs spread, this is the outside of the vagina. So we have the labia minora. Some people call it, in our colloquial terms, the vagina lips, or what some women, what the women out there call the pum-pum lip, right? And I hope I'm not being, all right, so that's what Jamaicans call it, right? Up here is where you find the clitoris. And down here, these blacker ones right here. And in between here, you find the smaller lips of the vagina, right? And then on the right up at the top here, so where you see this little hole right here, that is your urethra, where the urine or the pee-pee comes out. And then down here now in this hole right here, that is actually your vulva. And that is where the penis goes into the vagina, or that is where the baby comes out of. So this is your vulva, right? So your vulva is the entrance into your vagina right here. Now, some women can have persistent and unexplained pain here. Some women, the pain goes on and off. Some women, if they're having sexual intercourse, it's like hell broke out loose because the whole ear, so the vulva just take up with pain, right? And this can be, or if it is a case where the pain is coming with sex, it can be a condition where the vagina might be too dry, or it can be a condition where the woman is not stimulated enough to make the vagina moist and wet enough to welcome the man. So therefore, guess what? The ladies need some love around here, right? So you have to be able to stimulate the woman enough to reach, especially the elderly women going up in age, because they have reached a state of menopause where the hormones, the estrogen, is not flowing as it should to keep the vagina supple and moist and ready to overflow with gladness when the sexual experience comes. So they might take a lot more stimulation. And if the vulvodynia is being caused by sexual activity, then lubricants need to be used, because you don't want to be rubbing no dry nothing against no dry nothing. You want the environment to be nice and smooth and supple and moist so that the woman as well as the man can enjoy the experience, right? We don't want to jump and dash and go. For the woman to truly enjoy the experience, she needs to be pleasured and into that nice state, right? Where she can feel comfortable, right? So continuing now. All right. All right, so we have another one now, genital arousal disorder. So your genitals is your penis or your vagina. Now, I have seen a movie, and I don't know if anybody else has seen this movie, where this young lady, and this is an example of genital arousal disorder, the young lady is having like 200 odd orgasms a day. She is weak all day because, as we know with orgasm, it feels as though it weakens you a bit after you are finished. So she can be just standing here and she just have an orgasm. It disrupts her life. There's no stimulation for her to reach an orgasm. So it becomes a medical condition. So she can hear a bus passing, and then when you look, she orgasms. It can happen to men as well, right? There doesn't have to be no stimulation. It's like there's a problem where the genitals are just stimulating themselves, even brushing against the underwear. It can cause an orgasm, right? I don't think I would ever want to be in a stage like this, right? So genital arousal, yes? Somebody said yes?
Now you're probably.
All right, so I don't
Please
think
mute the mic. I cannot afford to miss out anything here.
All right, so you're hearing me clearly? You're hearing me clearly? All right, so continuing.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I have found also that some persons or some women might have a genital arousal disorder, wherein certain things can cause them to reach a spontaneous orgasm. So for instance, if they lean upon something and it is vibrating, say for instance, you're washing clothes and these persons some of them with genital arousal disorder, they go bounce up on the washing machine and it's bouncing. Even something as simple as this can get them off, right? So persons with genital arousal disorder for no reason at all, right? They just reach an orgasm, and this can affect and mash up the whole of their day. Because imagine you getting 50 odd, 100 and odd, 200 and odd orgasms a day. When I look at the lady, I see her folded up in the sofa. I mean, the many orgasms per day just cause her to become so weak and weary, right? So this is something out there happening real. It's not popular, it's not common, but it is out there. Premature ejaculation is another sexual dysfunction. So premature ejaculation usually affects men, and premature ejaculation is a condition where the man gets so excited that sometimes even before entering the vagina, he can just come, as we call it, or ejaculate. Or the man has this condition, the premature ejaculation, where as he enters the vagina, or if there are other things going on, so if, for instance, foreplay, he can just shoot off. He can just come in foreplay and not enter yet.
But
Right?
Mrs. Reed, may I interject? I had my hands up, but I guess you weren't seeing it. But this is where many of the problems come into play, especially in older relationships.
Yes.
And you have infidelity that comes into play as a result of that. The man, quote unquote, come quick, and that's a challenge or a problem for many females. So
yes.
they go on, you know, they cheat.
Mm-hmm.
What do you suggest, or how do you decrease this among males, or what lifestyle changes you encourage for males, older males especially? Because we know about andropause and over 40, testosterone's production, you know, is decreased and all of that. So what do you suggest for males so they can go longer, you know, and all of that?
All right, so guess what? You're preempting me. I have a section where I deal with that aspect of it. So is it okay for me to continue until I reach there, or do you
No, sure, continue. I didn't know you had that in the, yeah.
Okay.
Because I know many males are anticipating that part, you know, including myself.
All right, so continuing. So premature ejaculation disorder can occur at any age. A young man can have premature ejaculation where he has trouble staying erect in order for his partner to reach an orgasm state. So he comes far, far more quickly than the woman, right? And this can cause sexual displeasure in a relationship or during sex. And we soon look at how we can address some of these issues, right? And it's very common too. All right, so causes, low testosterone level. And as men grow older, the testosterone will definitely go down. And as Mr. Francis says, your hormones will go down similarly to the women. When their estrogen goes down and they hit menopause, the men will hit andropause and the testosterone level will go down. So if we look at this picture up here, we see where a man in his 20s, the orange, he's filled with testosterone. 30s, right? 40s, 50s, we see the decline, significant decline beginning in the 50s. By the time they reach 60, we see the decline in the testosterone level. 70, a greater decline. By 80, there's a massive decline in testosterone. That does not mean that the couple still cannot enjoy sexual activity. And we will look at that afterwards. So, prescription drugs can cause sexual dysfunctions. So some of them can definitely interfere with a man and a woman reaching that climax or that orgasm. So some of the prescription drugs that many men will be on when, you know, especially if they have a non-communicable disease such as high blood pressure, diabetes, or sugar. So some of these medications can cause sexual dysfunctions in men, right? So for instance, antidepressants, some high blood pressure medicines, and some diabetes medication. So if you find out that the medication is interacting with your sex life, it not means you have to stop taking the medication. And this is what we find, because I work with Portland Health Services and we interact with a lot of people as it regards medication. Many men who have a condition such as diabetes or high blood pressure, they say, miss, You know, so me not take it every time though. I mean not take it as home if you take it, I stop take it. Because guess what? Me can't get liquor boy up. You know, it a bother me nah get no erection. It a bother me nah get enjoy sex. Me can't do this. But guess what? Doesn't mean that you should stop. Because remember, you have a condition that can threaten your life and put you at risk of heart attack, stroke, and it can actually kill you if you have your condition uncontrolled. So you can't make, just because of sex, you neglect your health and neglect the condition that you have. What you do is a responsible thing. You see your doctor, you inform them of the problem, so the doctor can help you to come up with a solution. So the solution can include to change the medication or adjust the level of the medication or prescribe medication that can assist you in getting your erections and getting your sex life on. So other causes, this one I have spoken about earlier on, blood vessel disorders, where the hardening and the narrowing of the blood vessels, especially going to the penis, the blood will not be able to flow in as it should and bring you to that erection, that firmness. So that is another cause. Stroke is another cause, and that is very real in our elderly population. So stroke or nerve damage from diabetes and surgery as well can also affect your sex life and cause sexual dysfunction. Smoking is another one. And I'm very serious when it comes on to the smoking, because when you puff the smoke, when you inhale it, similarly, when you inhale a fresh breath of oxygenated air, it travels all to your lungs and goes all to your heart and goes all over your body. When you smoke and you puff in all of that, and by the way, there are over 200 and odd chemicals in there that are cancer causing and life threatening in a cigarette. So when you puff that, you take in that, all of that smoke, you think when you poof, and you blow it out, you think all of it comes back out? No. Some of it goes into your lungs, into the heart, and it moves around the body, just like how the oxygenated blood would go into the lungs, into the heart, and move around your body, the oxygen. Same way the chemicals and the stuff from the smoke moves around your body. And guess what now? All of these toxins and these harmful chemicals, when they enter your bloodstream, they enter your body, they also cause the hardening and the narrowing and the constriction and the tightening of your blood vessels and your arteries all over your body. So smoking does indeed lead to vascular diseases, right? Smoking mash up your lungs. Smoking, listen, it affects every part of your body. So if you are an elderly gentleman, I would advise you, you're still smoking, cut the smoke. Cut the smoking, because you're only causing more complications. And what a lot of smokers don't tell you, they develop sexual dysfunctions. And some people might say some of them have X amount of kids and all of that, but then some of them, by the time they reach certain age, their manhood has no use, right? So the smoking is very dangerous. Excessive alcohol consumption and drug abuse. Listen, alcohol is another thing that goes into your body, destroys your liver, and impacts negatively your blood vessels all over your body. It raises your blood pressure. And we don't want alcohol to go bust up in a pipe in the body, raise up your blood pressure and bust in a pipe, because alcohol causes high blood pressure. So we have to be very careful of what we put into our body, as well as what we keep out of our body. All right, so in females, now, the things that can cause sexual dysfunctions, we discussed some of them earlier, but some of them can be physical. So medical conditions, including cancer, kidney failure, disease, heart disease, bladder problems, right? These things can lead to sexual dysfunction. So we discussed the emotional part of it. You have the physical part of it as well, right? So these can affect a woman sexually, right? The hormonal changes a woman goes through as well, right? When she goes through menopause and this decreases the levels of estrogen in the body, this can cause changes now in the tissues of the vagina, in the lining of the vagina, and this now causes them to not be as responsive as they used to be, right? So this can also lead to the woman not being able to keep that moisture in the vagina that would normally be present when there's a higher level of estrogen and all the hormones are working well. All right, so psychological and social problems, we discuss this because guess what? This can affect both men and women. So if the man is depressed, if the woman is depressed, if they are suffering from anxiety, if they're having problems, this can cause sexual dysfunction, right? Especially if there is abuse in the relationship, sexual dysfunction can be there as well, especially for the women. The women, it can affect them psychologically. And of course, many of the women over 60 would have not have to worry about pregnancy demands. But guess what? If some of the men sexually active over 60 are sexually active with younger partners, then in turn, now it would be the man who might be worrying over the woman getting pregnant. But this wouldn't be a worry of a woman up in her 60s, even though, you know, guess what? I saw something on the internet where a 72-year-old woman, and I saw another one where a 60-odd-year-old woman was pregnant and they delivered babies. So guess what? Technology world we are living in right now. So let us look at the men now again. So erectile dysfunction can cause sex to become difficult. It can affect the intimacy in the marriage because we know that sex is a big part of any relationship and any marriage, right? So it can, sometimes it causes them not to be as close as they should, especially where the communication is poor. If the woman is not being pleased and she's not talking about it, it can affect her mentally. If the man believes that, you know, sure, every time me try, me just come quick, me just ejaculate, he might feel as though he is not sufficient to handle the sexual responsibility of the relationship as well. And he can come under pressure, and even the pressure that is put on him too can cause him to even have further sexual dysfunction problems. So talking about it and getting help is very important, right? And we talked about this already, right? And don't think I want to, so all right, let me just browse through it. So high blood pressure, it has no symptoms, but it can impact your sex life, right? Although the sexual activity might not pose an immediate risk, if you have high blood pressure, there can be damages to the heart, damages to the brain, damages to the other parts of the body. So guess what? During sexual intercourse, the man or the woman can run the risk of developing, getting an heart attack on the job or getting a stroke on the job during the sexual activity, right? Some people blame the little blue pill, but I'll soon talk about the little blue pill, right? So there is a link between sexual problems and high blood pressure, right? And sexual dysfunctions in women can be linked to high blood pressure. So we spoke about the narrowing of the blood vessels due to high blood pressure. We spoke about the reduction of blood flow to the penis when the blood vessels narrow, and all of these can interfere with sex and reaching an orgasm, right? So we're going to move on now to treatment. Now, sexual dysfunction is treated by correcting or addressing the underlying problem, right? So if you have high blood pressure, one, you need to get it under control. If you have high blood sugar or diabetes, you need to get it under control, right? If the medication is causing you not to be able, if the medication is causing you not to be able to, and you are sure that it is the medication that is causing it, you need to see your doctor, right? If, and I soon talk about that mechanical aid. So if there is psychological problems, you need to talk to somebody, right? I don't know, but some counselors out there, you know, some of them pastors, some people might feel inappropriate or feel uncomfortable talking to the pastor about their sexual dysfunction. But hey, the pastors are people too, right? So if you're uncomfortable with that option, you can speak to a therapist. There are sexologists out there as well who will help persons to reach to that orgasm, or, you know, help them to deal with the psychological and the sexual problems that they are having, right? And of course, exercise is very, very important. Now, do we hear the saying that say if you not use it, you lose it? So true. So if you're not physically active, no matter, and I know, because I've been working with the National Council for Senior Citizens for years, and we have been promoting active aging. So it doesn't matter who you are or how old you are, you know, see your doctor and let them rule out certain things. And if you are able to partake in physical activity, go ahead. You keep the joints lubed and moving, right? If you're not using your joints, if you're not using your body, right? The joints are going to seize up, of course, right? And guess what? The joints that when you want to use, you know, during sex, you know, hello, come on. Those are the joints you're going to seize up. So to enjoy the sexual activity, you need your back. So you need to be doing some strengthening exercise to strengthen the muscles in the back. You need to be doing some movement as well to strengthen the muscles in your thighs, because you need all of these muscles to have sex and enjoy sex, you know. And you need the joints to be working to have sex and all of these. So guess what? Do your exercise. It builds the muscles around the joints. And even though you grow older and your joints get weaker due to conditions, guess what? If you are exercising, it actually helps build back your bone density, make your bones stronger, build your muscles, and help your joints. But guess what? You have to make sure you see the doctor, because we don't want nobody to throw out no hip or throw out no thigh. So you make sure that you see your doctor before embarking, you know, on physical activity, right? So guess what? Listen, if you find out that you're not, one time you could have broke a wine good, and you find that the waist not moving as how it should, make sure you're getting your physical activity. If you're good at do certain things and you find something not happening as how it should, make sure you get your physical activity, right? So this one here says, the second point says mechanical aids. And I'm so sorry that I don't have a picture to put in here, but guess what? Listen, if the penis is having issues, right? If you are having sexual dysfunctions, it doesn't mean that you will not be able to enjoy sex, right? So you see your doctor, you can get medicinal treatment. And two, if you're having further problems, there are mechanical aids out there. And I'm so sorry that I didn't invite my friend. And I have her contact number and her information for you. So any sexual aid that you need, you can get it from her. From dildos to, I don't want to even call the names because the names are so erratic. So you have different tools out there that can help to enhance and improve the sexual activity. No, there are persons out there, you know, listen, what a couple does in their bedroom, I don't business. It's nobody's business what you do in your bedroom, you know? I hear an elderly gentleman say, listen, if me can't stand up to the work, me face up to it. And I'm talking about this because we know that it's a reality. And one time people in Jamaica were afraid to talk about it. But guess what? It is here in our faces now, because even in the music industry, they're pushing it right in your face, and even in the most derogatory ways, they're pushing it. So guess what? Listen, if you get older, whatever you do in your bedroom, the Bible says, if you're married and you're in your bedroom, your bed is what? Anybody can help me to hear it, just to finish that one? What does it say?
Undefiled.
Your bed is?
This is a Robin file.
Your bed is undefiled. Undefiled. Right? So guess what? It's up to you now to make your sexual experience exciting. Me hear one other elderly gentleman say, and I don't want anybody to feel offended when I'm talking, because guess what? Me I talk to real people, don't. Me not talk to no robot, don't. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes.
All right. Me hear the elderly gentleman and they're talk, you know, and one of them I say, you know, them not engaging in no oral sex. And me hear another one say, why? Them is sitting there burn out. And then me hear another one say, why? Me not tell a lie, you know. Me can't stand up to the work, you know. So guess what? Me not make no other man eat my woman out of my hand.
Serious thing.
Yes, it's a very serious thing. And what you find is that many men out there are using oral sex to lure women now, because they hear about it and they want to experience what this thing is. So many of them are stepping out of their relationship into this. They want to fantasize and experience all of these things. So guess what? You are in your relationship, you're in your marriage, you're adults. Whatever you decide to do in your bedroom is your business. It's nobody's business outside. You are the one you're the ones who are trying to make your relationship pleasurable, memorable, and enjoyable, right? And these are things that some people not talking about. I mean, hey, it's happening out there, but a lot of people not talking about these things. And, you know, a lot of people, you know, who might be stringent, you know, their marriages can suffer as a result. Their relationships can suffer as a result, because if one partner is having problems, sexual problems, and another partner is not feeling that sexual gratification, they begin to look outside. Some of them begin to look outside, and some of them, they live in empty shell marriages. So what are empty shell marriages? So the empty shell marriages is a marriage or a relationship where the two owners just exist. Listen, if you're in a marriage and a relationship, me don't want a brother and sister in there, because me and my husband never met to be brother and sister, right? Me and my husband go before the pastor, right? And we sanctioned by God and by man. So therefore, we're supposed to be having sex, right? And a whole heap of young kids out there having sex who are not supposed to be having sex. And then the big people, the adults who are supposed to be having sex, you know, they're making others who looking down on them to say, hey, you should not be engaging in sex. You're too old, or you're a big man, or you're a big woman, but you run down sex. Come on, man, we need to talk about these things. These things are ruining relationships, ruining marriages, and causing discomforts and unhappiness in relationships. So guess what? If you need sexual or mechanical aids, they are there. The key is to keep your relationship happy and keep you happy and keep your partner happy. So you have dildos out there, you have clitoral stimulation aids out there, and I'm going to leave my number, and anything you want, you can link me up, and I'll link you on to this to my friend and colleague who has a store, a pleasure spot store, right? So there are mechanical aids out there. There are games out there that you can use to play to enhance or improve your sexual experience, right? There are penis stimulators out there. There are different things that you can use to enhance your sexual experience. So guess what? This thing is not limited. We are limiting ourselves. And guess what? I may be young now, but what? We are all going to reach the age of 60 and 70 and 80, except we die before that, right? So guess what? Regardless of whatever stage you are in, if you have a stroke or if you have had conditions which impair you, you still can enjoy the sexual activity. You still can enjoy certain aspects of your relationship. We use this mind to do many things. Let us become creative in our minds, and in so doing, preserve our relationship and preserve our marriages and preserve our health and our well-being. If you stop enjoying life, what is going to happen to you? 1, you age faster. 2, you become unhappy and miserable, and everything around you gives you no pleasure anymore. Listen, when I get older, if God allows it, me no want be that the kind of miserable, stuck up, person who is not enjoying life. I want to enjoy every aspect of life that God has given me to enjoy, right? And you have a lot of persons who said they don't like go around them old people because they're too miserable and them this and then that. Hey, if you're having orgasms and you're ejaculating, and for the women, if you are having a pleasant sexual experience, tell you what, it makes you more pleasant to be around. It makes you happy. You hear about the birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees. Listen, if you have all of that sexual energy pent up inside of you and you're not released, Jesus, you can burst and mash up and destroy the relationships around you because you're not finding that positive outlet or release to release some of your pent up stress and your pent-up problems. You don't have to have coitus to enjoy sexual relationship, meaning you don't have to have penis going into the vagina to enjoy sexual relationships. You don't have to penetrate to have sexual gratification or joy. There is so many, many more things. And if I don't encourage you at this point to, listen, I hear from research that says that people who have orgasms on a regular basis, they tend to live longer. And this is not my word, no, this is research. 2, men who engage in sexual activity far more frequent, guess what? They're at less risk of developing prostate cancer. So guess what, men? If you're gonna start release like right, you know, right? And I'm encouraging you, if you're in a responsible relationship and you need sexual help, get help. All right? So let us look on Viagra right now, because I know that this is one of the things. Did you know that Viagra is one of the most popular drug being used in America and other countries right now? That little blue pill that they call the Viagra. And of course, they have some other versions, you know, which offer a similar effect. Did you know that Viagra was originally created to treat high blood pressure? Did anybody know that?
I thought it was the heart.
The heart? So it was created to treat high blood pressure and conditions associated with high blood pressure, including heart disease. Right? So guess what the Viagra does? The Viagra can also cause a lowering of your blood pressure, right? It stimulates your blood flow to the penis as well as all over the body. So the Viagra actually helps. So the stiff blood vessels that you have all over your body, not just in the penis, it helps to dilate and relax them. So when they're relaxed, the penis, right, the blood vessels in there, the penis relaxed, they're not so stiff and tight. It helps the blood now to flow freely into the penis and fill up the penis so the penis can be firm and stiff to enter the battlefield, right? So therefore, Viagra is being popularly used out there, but guess what? I don't want anybody just to buy Viagra like that, because you have some places where they can just get Viagra like that, and it's not good, because guess what? Remember that high blood pressure is a silent killer, and some people out there have diabetes and other conditions. They're not under control. So if you need sexual aid, it's best to go to your doctor. And I'm going to discuss some important things, because guess what? Some people just buy Viagra and use it on something and end up dead upon the work. You know what that means? Huh? Some people out there, they take the Viagra and cause themselves more harm than good, right? So Viagra is not to be mixed with certain other medication. So your doctor will be able to tell you that this blood pressure medication can cause problems if you use it with Viagra. So they can either lower the dose of the Viagra or lower the dose of the medication, or change the medication so you can have your sexual pleasure. But the problem arises now is when persons are taking the Viagra, then no other elderly senior citizen over there, so I'm a friend and I'm a play them domino, then talk and say, hey, me have, so me have XY problem, and the other one say, so me have two, and then something that we can give you do, and then give them one of them and then take them and end up in a problem, right? Not all blood pressure medication and not all medication should be taken with Viagra, because it can cause problems, right? So the Viagra increases the blood flow to the penis. It increases the blood flow all over your body, relaxes the blood vessels so that you're able to get that sexual gratification. Now, Viagra lowers the blood pressure, because once the blood vessels widen out, there is more space to take the blood. So the pressure on the heart is not going to be so great. But you hear what I say? Viagra can cause problems, and it can cause serious interaction if you're on other medication, right? So guess what? Persons who, for instance, have certain heart disease, the Viagra can actually, because it has that lowering of the blood pressure, it can actually cause serious problems, because you're taking blood pressure medication to lower the blood pressure, and then the Viagra now has a similar effect. It can cause the blood pressure to drop too low, and this can cause the heart to start racing. So you feel of your heart. It can cause you to feel dizzy, weak. It can cause you to even collapse, right? So you have to be careful now when it comes onto this little blue pill or any sexual enhancing medication. Hello, me don't want to careful of the tiger balm, you know. Anybody
Miss Reed?
tiger balm?
Miss Reed, can you hear me?
Tiger balm, me see some man on the road, them a sell tiger balm. Elderly men, be careful of the tiger balm, because we have men presenting to the hospital, then get an erection from tiger balm and the penis can't go back down. So be careful, right? Be careful. Use your prescription or take your medication. See your doctor. There are many things out there that can cause you more problems. Notably, if you're on Viagra, right? The Viagra, it can last. You can get an effect like anywhere from 1 hour after you take the pill to up to 8 hours. So it stays in the system for a while, right? So guess what? If you find that you have sex and you use a Viagra and the penis not going down, it's meaning the erection not going away, this is a problem. So guess what they call it? Priapism. So it's a medical condition where the blood flow to the penis, right, It flows into the penis, but there is some issues that cause the flowing back out of the blood from out of the penis for it to go back down after you have been sexually pleasured or you have your orgasm. So
You're muted.
Mrs. Reed, we have to wrap up to conclude your presentation. We are having time delays. Can you hear?
Miss Reed, you're muted.
oats and all of that that contains a lot of zinc, good for your sexual organ, men. Limit alcohol intake, right? No more than two beer or alcoholic beverages. Don't use illegal drugs. If you have your chronic disease, such as your high blood pressure, your heart disease, and so on, make sure you put it under control, right? Take your medication. Cut down on the salt now, guys. Cut down on the salty food, the salt fish, the salt pork, the salt beef. If you're gonna use them, make sure you get out some of the salt out of them by blanching them and so on. It's time now that you cut off that you say you can't eat the stew peas if you know well salt, and you can't eat the ackee and saltfish if you know well salt. Reduce your stress and get a lot of rest. Ensure that you're getting your sleep, because it's very important to pleasure your replenish the body, right? So thank you so much. You're not a machine. Take care of yourself. God gave us one body, one life. We have a responsibility to take the very best care of it. Live while you still have life to live, and enjoy life while you still are able to do so. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Reed.
Thank
All right.
you.
You're most welcome. Okay, at this time, we are going to be asking, is Miss Irving available? Dr. Irving, to do her poem, Pressure Bus Pipe. Miss Irving? All right, we're moving on. Miss Jones from the National Health Fund, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good afternoon, Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones is the manager for health promotion and public relation in the National Health Fund, and she'll be now presenting to us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marlon Johnson, and good afternoon to all your listeners. I see that you have just about 78 persons on the platform this afternoon. And I must say kudos to Ms. Dahlia Gate Reed. Thumbs up. I don't think I can match her presentation though, but I will try. I'm just going to share my presentation now. So let's start from the beginning.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson,
Yes, Miss Irvin?
are you ready for me?
No, we have our presenter about to start.
All right, so.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so as Mr.
Yes,
Johnson.
what did you say?
Okay, Miss Jones?
Yes.
Could you just pause for a second to just allow Miss Irvin to just do a poem? I don't think it will be long.
Okay, no problem. That's the entertainment. Okay.
All right, yeah, man. Okay, all right, Miss Irvin, you're on the spotlight. Take us away with your poem, and it's entitled Pressure Bus Pipe. So fitting based on what was presented before by Mrs. Reed.
Okay, good afternoon. I am Dotlin Irving, president of the Sunshine Seniors Club in St. Thomas. Today I'm sharing a poem with you entitled Pressure Bus Pipe. Are you hearing me?
We're hearing you loud and clear.
But we're not seeing you.
Oh.
Go ahead if you can.
Oh, God.
It's okay, you can go ahead.
Are you seeing me now? Are you seeing me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Erectile dysfunction, impotence, early funeral. Lord, you're dead. A long time them a warn you. Mama warn you. Papa warn you. Friend warn you. Doctor warn you. But you never listen. You just fling it here, fling it there, and don't care. You abuse God's precious gift. You don't even think what you did that do. When you start feel the pressure, you try to blame others. Whoa, pressure bus pipe. You drink your liquor and smoke your pipe, just like them a go out of style. God give you a good body for use, not for abuse. Abuse cause pressure, and pressure bust pipe. No boom, no roots, no aisle, no little blue pill can help you for long. Them things that we help to kill you. Mary, Jane, and Sue, I look something new. Them done with you. You better listen to your doctor and obey the rule. Not even 50 yet, and you're done. Whoa, pressure bust pipe. Follow instruction and take your medication. Keep your zip up, boy. Keep your zip up and give Willie a rest. Him can't turn up long if you overwork him. Eat good food. Exercise your mind and body. Stick to one woman and lessen the pressure. Whoa, pressure bust pipe. Whoa, pressure bust pipe.
Miss Irvin, I want to say thank you. We see that great things for the parish of St. Thomas. You got a very little time to make this presentation and also to make the poem, and you did it. It was well done, and we love it. Give her one more round of applause, people. Thank you very much. That was great. Something refreshing. All right. So, Miss Jones, you can go ahead with your presentation now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson, again, and thank you so much, Miss Irvin, for that lovely presentation. All right, so I am going to go ahead and share my screen at this time. So the National Health Fund is an agency of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And I hope that most people on the platform this afternoon has heard about the National Health Fund. So, so who we are, the National Health Fund, as I said before, is an agency of the Ministry of Health and Wellness and was established to reduce the financial burden on the health sector. And basically what does that mean is that we assist patients as well as the population with their medication expense. And also we work with the Ministry of Health and all the regional health authorities to assist with renovations of hospitals, purchasing of equipment, and several other events. So the National Health Fund, as I said before, we assist residents with access to medication, and I will explain that shortly with the use of an NHF card. We also work with the inpatient and outpatients at the pharmacy services. We have operating over 107 drugstore pharmacies island-wide in hospitals and health centers. We also manage a huge medical warehouse that we supply medication to the hospitals island-wide. And we also have a strong project department that assists with upgrading of hospitals and purchasing of transportations like ambulance and also equipment for health facilities. So that's basically what the NHF is all about. Now, two important categories that the NHF carries out is the National Health Fund Individual Benefits Program. And this is particularly for individuals. And this is what I'm going to focus on this afternoon. It assists individuals to meet the cost of filling prescriptions for specific illnesses. So the benefits of the NHF card. So the NHF card program provides subsidy to every person living in Jamaica at any age for the treatment of 17 conditions. And I'm gonna discuss the 17 conditions shortly. But once you're a Jamaican resident, you can have access to the NHF card. And it is of no age limit, from babies all the way up to as long as you live as seniors, you can get to the NHF card. So the benefits of the NHF card is it covers prescription drugs, and it depends on the medication that you're being treated for. It assists with respiratory devices. So persons who are asthmatic, they can use the NHF card to get subsidy on their masks and spacers. Diabetic supplies, we have the NHF card also covers diabetic supplies. So you can use your NHF card at the pharmacy, and it gives you a discount on your strips, your all your other medication that you use for diabetes. Diagnostic tests, we also cover the HbA1c test, as well as we also cover the breast receptor test that we are going to speak about shortly. We also provide double subsidy for children. So for children, if they are diagnosed with any of the 17 conditions and they have an NHF card, you can use that card and you get twice the discount for your child. So if the subsidy for adults gives you a $40 discount, for a child, you will get $80 discount. So it's very, very important, if you know of a child or if you have any child with any of the conditions, you need to apply for the NHF card. And also the NHF card can be used with your private insurance. So a lot of persons, when they have their private insurance, they get Sagicor and the Guardian, and that covers 80%, they just throw away the NHF card. No, you can still use the NHF card with a private insurance, and you get more discount on your medication, and you end up paying less. So you can use the NHF card with your private insurance as well. So these are the 17 chronic conditions that we cover. If you're diagnosed with any one of them, you can apply for the NHF card. Your doctor will diagnose your condition, and you can fill out the NHF form and visit any of our location to get an NHF card. All right. I'm gonna ask you for 1 minute. I am so sorry about that. I just have to accept that call from my CEO. So as we were before, the NHF card covers 17 chronic conditions. So if you are diagnosed with any one of these conditions and you're on medication, you need to get an NHF card. So it's arthritis, asthma, benign prostatic hyperplasia, that's an enlarged prostate, breast cancer, diabetes, epilepsy, glaucoma, high cholesterol, hypertension, ischemic heart disease, major depression, prostate cancer, psychosis, rheumatic fever, heart disease, sickle cell disease, vascular disease, and lupus. So if you're diagnosed with any of these conditions, I'm advising and encouraging you to apply for the NHF card. Now, there are two conditions here that are specific for men, and I know we have a few men online, and this is a men's seminar. So, I don't know. Right, so health conditions covered specifically for men, prostate cancer, and we have just about 20,600 beneficiaries enrolled for prostate cancer. And we have over 66 drug items on the subsidy list that treats prostate cancer. And the subsidy for prostate cancer is averaging up to 70% of the medication of the cost. So there's some medication on the drug list that we know are very expensive. And with the NHF card, you can get up to 70%. Not all the medication, but some of the medication. I think for one specific medication, you can get up to $47,000 discount on that particular drug for the treatment of prostate cancer. We also have the BPH, which is the enlarged prostate as well. And we have close to 60,000 persons on the NHF card program. And the subsidy is averaging 50%. So we're encouraging our men that if you're on treatment for prostate cancer and you do not have an NHF card, please get your doctor to sign up the card, the form, so you can get the NHF card as soon as possible to assist you with your medication. We also have a special program for the elderly, persons who are 60 years and over. If you have an NHF card, your medication is free of cost at select pharmacies island-wide. So these are the conditions on the JADE program, for the program 60 years and over. We have 10 conditions on it. And if you're diagnosed with any one of these conditions, you can get your medication free of cost at select pharmacies island-wide. Once the medication is on the drug list, and we have just about we have just about 77 drug items on the JADE program. So if you're being treated with any of those drugs, any of those 77 drugs that are on the list, you can get your medication free. What you pay at the pharmacy is $40 for each drug items, or you can pay up to $240 for up to 6 drug items. So you're actually paying for an administrative cost, not the medication. So we're encouraging our senior citizens that try and get an NHF card, or you can encourage your family member to assist you in getting the NHF card as well, so you can get the discount on your medication. So as I said before, the benefits of the NHF card, so you get discounts on your diabetic supplies, your test strips, your lancets, and your syringes. And these are very important for persons who are diabetic. You use the NHF card and you get a discount at the pharmacy. Free glucometers and insulin pen applicator. The NHF has a free glucometer program. Once you are on the NHF card and you're a beneficiary, you can apply for a free glucometer every 2 years. So we're encouraging persons to apply, to request a free glucometer online on our website. You can visit our website at www.nhf.org.gm, and you can request a free glucometer every 2 years. We are advising persons that they need to use the NHF card to purchase the supplies, and you will get the glucometer machine free. Persons who are not diagnosed with diabetes can also request a glucometer as well. And I mentioned asthmatic patients and respiratory devices. The cost of asthmatic spaces and masks are subsidized for beneficiaries who are asthmatic. So if you're asthmatic, you can get an NHF card, or you use your NHF card to get the discount on your medication. And I mentioned the double subsidy for children as well. So children under 19 get as much as 80% discount on their medication once the medication is on the NHF card drug list. HbA1c as well, the card subsidized HbA1c test for individuals. If you're on the program already and you're diabetic, you can get 4 HbA1c tests per year. So your card will subsidize 4 tests. So when you're going to do your HbA1c test, you can use your card as well. So you'll get that subsidy. And for children as well, you can use the NHF card. And if you're not diagnosed with diabetes, and you're diagnosed for hypertension or another condition, and you're on the NHF card program, you can still get 1 test per year, 1 HbA1c test per year. And also the NHF card provides subsidy on breast receptor studies. So we know that both men and women can have breast cancer. So we're encouraging persons to, if you're required to do the breast receptor study test, you can use your NHF card. This subsidy is only available at the University of the West Indies lab. So we're encouraging persons, if you're using that lab, you can walk with your NHF card and get the discount as well. I think it's 4,500 discount is offered to do the breast receptor study. So those are some of the benefits of having the NHF card. So if persons are online, they don't have the NHF card, and they recognize one of their illnesses on the program, we're encouraging you to talk to your doctor about filling out the application form so you can get your NHF card. The NHF also has a vibrant health promotion program, and we have a screening program as well. And during COVID, we were not able to do a lot of screening because we were not outside under restrictions. But now we are back outside. We are carrying out various screening with, we work with Heart Foundation and Diabetes Association of Jamaica as well to assist us in carrying out screening. And these are some of the common health screening for men that are recommended for men: blood pressure and cholesterol check, blood sugar check, heart check, echocardiogram, and of course, PSA and DRA test. And we do provide these tests when we're going out to participate in our outreach program. So we're encouraging our men. We know that based on statistics, women are more, have more positive health-seeking behavior than men. So we're asking our men that they should start and, you know, to take, to carry out the various screening tests so you can find out or if there's anything that you need to take care of or to treat. So we really don't want to be having any illnesses and we are unaware. And the only time we're aware is when we get seriously ill and we end up in the hospital. So health screening is basically a measure in which you can identify any issues that's going on so you can treat it before it becomes real serious. So we're encouraging our men and our women on the platform as well to ensure that they take regular health checks to be able to intervene if there's an issue. We are also big on exercise, so we encourage persons to take care of themselves. And I know most of the speakers would be presenting on healthy lifestyle and healthy practice. So we're encouraging persons to bear that in mind. To the Ministry of Health recommends at least 30 minutes per day for you to exercise. So we are also encouraging our men on the platform and our women to remember to exercise daily. It can be walking, jogging, you know, various exercise, taking the staircase, several activities you can do, but exercise is very important in maintaining a healthy lifestyle. We're also recommending eating healthy, and as you can see on the screen, I have some real good looking Jamaican food, everyday food that we eat every day. You have sardine and egg and plantain, and you put a little tomato on it and you're good to go, right? So we want to squeeze in a little fruit and vegetable with our meal, not too much carbohydrates, and ensure that protein is also a part of it. So there are various ways that we can incorporate our fruits and vegetables, but the statistics is showing that a lot of persons omit the vegetables and omit the fruit. So I'm encouraging persons to ensure that you not only focus on the carbs or the protein, but incorporate a slice of cucumber, some carrot, a tomato, and some fruit on the side as well. But we know also for persons who are diabetic, they're on a strict diet regime. So we know that you can't eat too much fruits and too much carbs. So balance is key, and we're recommending persons to follow the guidelines of their medical profession in terms of eating healthy. Drinking plenty of water is also important. The guidelines is 6 to 8 glasses of water, and Jamaica is very hot. If you're outside, you're very hot and sweating daily. So we're encouraging persons to walk with their water bottles and ensure that they are hydrated throughout the day. Persons who do not like water, they can squeeze a little lime juice or orange juice, or your favorite fruit, melon, in your water. Back in the days, we know that our grandparents usually squeeze a little lime in the water. You don't have to put any sugar in there. Just put some of your favorite fruit just to improve on the taste if you don't like plain water, because some persons don't really like plain water. But there are variety of ways in which we can ensure that we have drinking adequate water per day. And of course, rest is important. Self-care. Now more than ever, persons are recognizing the importance of self-care in terms of we're operating in an atmosphere of anxiety, and tension and stress all the time. It's important for us to get adequate rest, at least 6 to 8 hours of rest. Playtime is also good, spending time with your family. And of course, the national game in Jamaica is playing dominoes, especially for men. So those are just some tips in terms of how we can ensure that we're taking care of our mental health as well. So just to close, how you can apply for the NHF card. So the NHF form is on our website. It is downloadable. You can download it, print it, take it to your doctor. If you cannot access the website, the forms are usually at all our locations island-wide. They're at doctors' offices and health center. And they're at our NHF card center locations. We have 21 locations island-wide, and ensure that the doctor fills out the form correctly. The doctor will indicate the medication that you're diagnosed for and what you're going to be treated for. Once the doctor fills that out and insert the registration number, you can take that completed form to the National Health Fund offices. The card centers are located at all major hospitals. So if you're visiting any major hospitals, you ask for the NHF drugstore pharmacy, and you can drop off your form, and you will get your NHF card in minutes. All right, so that's basically the process for applying for the NHF form card. It's very simple, and we're encouraging persons to if you're on treatment for any of the 17 chronic conditions, talk to your doctor about getting the NHF card. All right, so that's my presentation this afternoon. If you want to reach out to us, you can visit our website at www.nhf.org.jm. You can call us at 906-1106. You can email us at info@nhf.org.jm. You can visit our head office, and you can follow us on our social media pages. Thank you so much for listening. And if you have any question, I can facilitate at this time. I'm not sure if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Very rich in discussion, information sharing about NHF, all that we need to know. There was one question in the chat, and it comes from Frank Senior, and he says, the diagnostic test, he wants to know, what is it used for? No, let me read it carefully. Please explain the diagnostic test, because I did not know the NHF card was used for diagnostic tests. Are you able to respond?
Yes, so the diagnostic test that we're referring to is the HbA1c test and the breast receptor study test. So those particular tests, you can use their NHF card when you visit particular lab, and you can get a discount on those tests using the NHF card. As I said before, the breast receptor study test is only done at the university hospital lab. So if you know someone is doing that particular test at UE, you can use your NHF card. The other test is just the HbA1c test.
All right, thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is a very good lecturer, colleague of mine. He's an author, a radio show host. He's the first PhD in sociology from the Florida International University. He's a Georgian. And we just want to welcome no other than Dr. Orville Taylor.
And my, good afternoon, everyone. You know, the vagaries of technology, I have a recorded presentation that should have been delivered, and I've been trying to upload it from, matter of fact, I've been trying to upload it for such a long time that it itself can get a long service award, or it should be treated like a senior citizen, because I've been doing it from even before. I just completed 4 hours of radio, and I've been trying to upload it, and for whatever reason, so that's the vagaries of technology. So I noticed that most people here are what, camera blind? Yeah, I'm not sure because I'm looking at a blank screen. But I think that based on protocol, I'm supposed to be turning the camera on. Am I on? Can you see me? I hear that I'm extra black, and as a result of that, I don't look. Yeah, I need extra light. Eh? So I had to. Great. Wow, wonderful. Right. And let me tell you, I drove through traffic. The program ended at 1 o'clock. So, and I obeyed the speed limit. But I had to be here because I didn't want to run the risk of the technology not working. And I'm, because I've been trying to upload it. So I'm going to try to abridge my presentation a little bit because we have been here for a long time. And I think that you are extending your courtesies and stretching your patience to accommodate me. And I really do appreciate it. As I walked through the door just now, I had to give thanks because this Ministry of Labor and Social Security is part of what, quote unquote, BOSBY. Yes, I did except for the University of the West Indies, the plantation upon which I work now, and I'm looking forward to retire from in 5 years. It is the Ministry of Labor and Social Security that gave me the body of knowledge upon which I built my research. And I'll tell you something, you have a lot of people who love to chat, right? A lot of people who like to do research, and there are a lot of people who can do things. I've been fortunate to have been able to do all of the above. I spent many, many years settling strikes and disputes at the Labor Ministry. And when the ministry re-merged with the Social Security section, I was actually part of that because I was a senior director. I left the ministry 1995 to now is 27. Yeah. 27 years ago as a director. It's now a director 4 position, I think. I understand. I think that, yeah. Right. People like Mr. Kennedy was my mentee, if I remember correctly. Let me see, the financial controller, Shari, who? Yeah, she's also right. And I'll tell you something else too, because I want to walk in on people, because you do the other kind of introduction. But you see, if you go to 1F North Street and you see the daycare center is something that I'm not going to say it is my idea, but I'm the warm body who pushed it to such an extent that it came to fruition, because I fully understood even then the concept of decent work and how we need to protect our society and protect our workers at the workplace. One of the things that I would love to see happen, it hasn't happened yet, but I'm going to take the opportunity of saying this to you, those of you who are still within the labor market. So those who have not yet retired, think seriously about how you are going to finance your retirement. I hear you people talk about, other people talk about wealth. I just had a conversation about called on the program called Money Talks with a lady called Peter Rosal, quite an expert in the financial field. And a lot of people talking about, like real estate and stuff. That's all good. But the last time I checked, you can't eat a house. Right? And so while it is important to eat the house, to have the house, you must know how you're going to be paying the bills, how you're going to be maintaining the lifestyle. People who are financial advisors would have had those other kinds of conversations. But for me, the important thing is how you take care of this thing, this one thing that you can't do without. Believe me, hope you never ever have to do without her, but you can do without the wife. I hope you never have to do without him. You can do without the husband. You can do without the children. You can do without the dog. The only thing that you do by yourself is to die. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you something. You don't even born by yourself, because being born is part of a process that involves you and someone else. You die by yourself. And last year, I got a validation of some of the things that I believe in and some of the things that I hold dear to my heart. And I tell you this, the Universal Negro College Fund says a mind is a terrible thing to waste. I agree, but a waste is a difficult thing to mind. But you have to mind both. But also the mind, you have to mind the mind. So I'm saying this to you because your mind and body are one. And It's your mind and your body that you keep all the way to your grave. And it's that quality that you put in your mind and in your body that will make a determination as to what remains with the rest of your life. Watch me now, people. When I walked through COVID, and I want to share this with you, I hope you can indulge me a little bit. I walked through COVID and I didn't walk alone. I thought, you know, I mean, I had my wife and my little boy. I have a 4-year-old son. I'm 60 years old. I'll be 61 this year. Right? But as I was walking through COVID, every night for about 9 nights sound like a funeral, right? Yeah. For 9 nights, I fought off death. I walked through it. I had fever for 14 days. Dying is not something that is a privilege only or something only for the elderly. Anybody it happens to, and COVID was an equalizer. You had senior citizens who had comorbidities who survived, and you had young athletic people who died. So COVID was a great equalizer. But you know, as I walk through it, and I'm going to share the very last part of it for you, very last part of it, because much of it is exemplary in terms of how you deal with this thing called your mind and how your mind and your body works. So having fought through the first period of the COVID, night after night, I'm afraid to fall asleep. 2 o'clock in the morning, I wake up on the average, but it can be anytime between 2 o'clock and 3 a.m. No, midnight and 3 a.m. And I'm fighting. I know that I sit up and fight, and I'm struggling because my lungs feel like they're locking up on me, and I have to actively breathe. And I look over, and I see the little boy beside me because he's, you know, and I'm looking at him. He's an innocent boy, 3 years old plus. And I'm saying, no, I didn't ask. You didn't ask to come into the world to a senior citizen. Your daddy needs to stay. And it reminded me of an earlier story with my adopted son, who at age 5, when his father died, he looked at me and said, Uncle, don't let them kill you too. And something kept me, and I looked at him. And then each night I close my eyes, and the COVID sleep is very peaceful. And I'm having these dreams, and I'm seeing my mother. In one of the vivid dreams, I saw my mother. And she was telling me about the piece of land that belongs to us, and she never left any. She was feeding the multitude as usual. And I said, wait, Mama, where's my food? And she said, there was no food for me. So I mean, there's no food for you. I said, where's my food, Mama? I said, there's no food. And of course, I realized when I looked around that all the people who were in the area were people who were deceased, and there was no food for me. Call it whatever you want to call it. But you have to be that your mind and your spirit, they're all one. They're both one. Fast forward to the period when I think that the virus was leaving my body. It's Good Friday. Follow me, please. Indulge me. Because there's a message behind all of this. So Good Friday morning, I'm here having all of these different hallucinations, dreams, whatever you call them. Dreams usually. So I wake up before day morning, look down at the bed foot, and I could see that I'm in the bedroom, and I'm half awake. I look down at the bed foot and I see what looks like a calm lake or the sea in the morning. Beautiful glow. I'm an artist. I'm going to paint the scene one day. So I'm seeing this boat sliding, coming nicely, and the boat just stopped. So the boat just parked up, call it that, right at and I looked down. Couldn't see in great detail, but there was a man who kind of built like a Native American or an Asian, and wearing something like one of those cool triangular type tops, sitting in his back. He never turned around, and beside him there was something or somebody or bag. Wasn't quite sure, but I saw the silhouette. I looked, and he didn't turn around. And then my mind said to me, "Oh, I get it." And I heard myself saying an expletive or a coarse word, and I said, "I'm not coming with you." So I'm not coming with you, because living is something that you do every day. And I decided I wasn't going to die. I realized that it might have been the Grim Reaper coming from. This was Good Friday morning, Good Friday in the day. I decided I was going to try to move, because there some days I was so weak I could barely move from one side of the bed to another. Took up a walk. I took up a mop stick, which was my crutch that I used from time to time to move from one part of the house to another. Decided I was going to try to walk outside. Said to my wife, when I came back from on the back. It was a bad idea because I was panting for breath. I felt like I was going to collapse. So when I was getting back onto the veranda, I said, I don't want to feel blasphemous, but because it's Good Friday, it feels like the station of the cross. I said, no, I understand what Jesus was going through by holding the piece of stick, because this mop stick felt heavy. I couldn't hold up the mop stick like this. But in my mind, I'm saying I am keeping a positive outlook because I am not going. I have reasons to stay alive. There are people who are here that need me alive. So Good Friday morning, it's the entire day. There's a song in my head. I don't know what the song is. I asked my wife for and I tried to hum it. Of course, don't have enough breath to hum it properly. And she's saying, listen, even the best of time, they can't sing. So what you're trying to do? She couldn't remember the hymn. We went to the hospital to do my negative test. I noticed she was standing by the bathroom, not allowing me to urinate by myself. I'm like, yeah, but days later, she explained to me that I looked like a corpse, and she didn't trust me going in the bathroom by myself because I looked like I was going to drop. She said I had lost 18 pounds. I mean, from what I weigh now, 18 pounds. And so she looked at me. So she confessed later on that she just thought that I looked like a corpse and I was going to die. So she didn't want me out of her sight in a public hospital's bathroom. All through the day, the song is ringing in my head, ringing in my head, ringing in my head. She can't remember the hymn. I said, oh, you don't know it, and you know the song, you know it. You made me know the song. Resurrection Sunday, I woke up. And I got a video link that I'm supposed to join a church service, a church to which my parents belonged. I woke up, I'm the only one awake. I look over and I heard the sound in my head. And I heard, the words came to me. They went to the tomb and he's not there. Okay. That you hear that every Good Friday, every Resurrection Sunday, every Easter. Come again. The words came to me again. They went to his tomb and he's not there. That's the second time. So the third time I turned around to my wife about to wake her and I realized she's stirring, and I said to her, I'm hearing, and what came out of my mouth was this. They went to my, I don't know why I said my, they went to my tomb and I'm not there. And I started crying. And I turned around and the hymn came to me, the chorus, the resurrected King is resurrecting me. And we started singing it. Now, whether you want to think that has to do with psychology or whether you want to think it has to do with spirituality or both, you take it. But what mattered is that right there and then, I knew that the positive mind that I had was what kept me alive. Call it faith, call it belief. You have to keep your mind active, even in the worst of times, because your mind will kill your body. When I listen to all the COVID stories about the people who died in the hospital and the people who watch other people die, oftentimes someone is in the hospital because a COVID ward, you can't have any visitors. They either got news from outside, they got despondent over their condition, or they found it too difficult to breathe. And they decided that for some reason, it wasn't worth living. And they gave up. I've been through many situations. I've been through gunfire, never been shot, thank God. But I remember my car losing power at Ice Cafe in Irish Town one night. And I swear to you, I didn't know how I did it. I turned the car down the hill with my mother, my daughter, and my wife in the dark. And I bobsledded the car right down through the dark in the night, all the way down from Ice Cafe in the dark to Garden Town. I didn't feel a fear until afterwards. It's okay to fear. But most important in all of this, people, I'm saying to you, in everything that you do, because the body will get weaker, right? Keep the mind where it is supposed to be. As long as you keep your mind, the body will follow. People who have other kinds of illnesses. I've seen people survive cancer. I've seen people, my mother survived cancer for 2 years after they said that it was stage 4. And the last 3 months were really, really difficult. but she fought it off. And she said she's going back to her maker whole. There are many people who I've seen who have fought, and people who lose, oftentimes lose because of the mind. But as a sociologist, I have to also speak about the way in which society affects the mind, and in particular, the mind of men. Because of what we have gone through, we don't like to display our vulnerabilities. So because of our ego sometimes, we don't necessarily even want to confront the possibility that we might not be fertile. And therefore, a child that we strongly suspect is not ours, we hang up the jacket. So in a country where you have the allegation, the belief that the average man doesn't like to be with his family, etc., you also have high incidence of what you call paternity fraud. Why? Because men want to be men. We were emasculated over it. We don't want to show weaknesses, so we don't run to the doctor. All of those came from out of the legacy of slavery and plantation life. Also, it was because a slave, an enslaved African who showed vulnerabilities and who showed weaknesses of the body and of the mind was easily disposed of. So you keep your illnesses to yourself. And again, don't make anybody tell you anything about it. It is true. They're the same plantation basis for man thinking that they must be ultra strong. It's the same plantation basis for us being quote unquote homophobic. The digital rectal examination, when I thought about it, in the 21st century, I thought that when you say digital, you mean you use an instrument. I never know says analog. You know, so they're like digital, you mean like this? Of course it was unpleasant. Yes, it was unpleasant. Yeah, but guess what? If you find it that unpleasant, go to a female, right? The same colorectal examination, go to a female if you feel uncomfortable, right? Good. But the examinations that we need to have them, and we need to have them with regularity. My own journey towards my own senior citizenship is something that I started to embrace very early, because we all are going to go. The question is, how are you going to adjust your mind to it? I know very much that the body that I have is not the same body that I had when I was 40. But I knew that as I approached 40, that there were some changes in my lifestyle that I had to make. And guess what? The human body and the human mind, both which work together, respond positively to the external stimuli, right through up to when you're 90 at least. So exercise. True, you're not going to be doing the heavy pounding exercises that you were doing when you were 20s or 30s, etc., but ordinary little exercises. Sometimes, you know, the basic thing about your work on the campus, and rather than driving your car over to the Scotia Bank, you just walk over from your office and you walk back over. Those are the games that you used to play. Yeah, I watch Jeopardy regularly. Jeopardy. I don't play crossword puzzles too much, but I watch Jeopardy. And I like to play the mind games. At home, play the mind games. I have a younger wife, I play the mind games with her. Say something and have her guess what it is that I'm saying. And then she said, yeah, Chuck, you like to make too much joke, yeah? But that keeps my mind active. Reading, it becomes a little bit difficult for after a while. I'm a knowledge junkie. Every single day that I'm alive, every single day is different from the last one. I'm curious about everything. You know, the last time I was bored was in 1996. I'm serious, I'm live serious. I wouldn't even say that serious. I am never bored. As a matter of fact, I keep my mind so busy, and I might be so busy that I might be too busy if I attend my own funeral when it comes, because I have not been bored since 1996. Life too sweet for me to be bored. Even when I'm sitting down on an airplane going transcontinental, my mind is active. I remember as a child when I didn't have toys, I made toys for myself. And when I didn't have anything to make them from, I'm sitting outside and I wondered why I'm outside looking In the garden, I'm watching the ants going up and I'm seeing if I can see a pattern in the way in which the ants move. Not joking. I am curious about everything because your brain has such capacity that it can take in other kinds of knowledge. The plumber comes, I want to know what the plumber is doing. So I want to know the difference between an inlet valve and outlet valve, the flapper ball, etc. I have a car that is no way beyond my capabilities, but I go to my mechanic, then wondering why I'm in the garage. Yes, because I want to know why these calipers work different from the ones before. No, yeah, I keep my mind active. And your brain, the best way of staving off the dementia and the other kinds of mental things, mental degradation, is to keep the mind active. The brain is just like the muscles too. You keep it active. And I heard them talking about the sexual dysfunction. Well, let me give thanks. It's something I can only speak of theoretically. But one of the earlier presenters spoke about women and sexual dysfunction or sexual desire. I want to come up with a disclaimer here. I'm one of those men who was socialized by women. And so therefore, my largest and most important sex organ is my brain. I don't like you, I am vexed with you, you can't turn me on. My wife knows that easily. She and me vexed. All these stories about people going to go sleep with a dog because she vexed with you, or she put you out on the couch, you vexed with me, it's okay sleeping on the couch. Because sexual activity is really something that is brain determined first and foremost. There's another part of it, of course, that is physiological. But as some of the earlier presenters noted, that there is a reason, because, yeah, man, the genitalia, yeah, talk with big people talking to, all of we are big people, all of we are, most of us are senior citizens though, that there is something wrong, yeah. Why you're not having the dysfunction, why you're having the dysfunction as a man. So I looked at some of the research and had a conversation with some of the medical professionals. And you know, there's a pressure bust pipe. Well, that's true, but sometimes the pipe is just simply clogged. And then you decide you need to understand that, listen, the reason why, if it's not working, something else is wrong with the system. Right? Yeah, if it's not working, it's like the motor vehicle. If the car isn't revving, it means that the gas is not coming up from out of the tank. And there's a reason. You must check and see whether or not the line is blocked. And then you go and decide now that you're going to put in extra octane fuel and you bust the pipe. I'm afraid of those things. I'm afraid of a heart attack. Right? Another thing about your mind is that learn as you get older, learn to understand what is just not good for you, including people. It don't matter. As I said, there's nobody who you get an invoice for. So believe it or not, there's nothing. I know some of you are religious and everything. There's nothing that says that as you go through the last couple of years of your life, me, I'm all right with my last trimester of my life, right? And I said, and I would love to stay in my relationship with my wife. I'd love to have that relationship with my children, etc. But guess what? If I die without them. Meaning, if at any point, God forbid, and I hope it never happens, I don't ever forbid, I think that my relationship, even with my child, even with my wife, is so toxic that it's going to take my life and increase my stress level. I have to walk, I'll allow you to walk. It is better to suffer by myself at 90 than at 92 to have you there mixing dirty water, come give me to drink and treating me like I'm a dog, forgetting what it was. I prefer to die in dignity, right? Because I'm going to die faster if you're toxic and around me. And one of the things that my mother was a bird can't fly and pick the walk. My mother and I developed a much closer relationship as she got older. And I remember having a conversation with her one day while she was going through the obituaries, and she was very funny. And she said to me, "Why, my son?" So what, Mama? She said, "You know, I don't have any enemies left, you know." I said, "What you mean?" I said, "You're forgiving all your enemies, Mama?" and everything now and made peace. I forgive. Say, I outlive the older them. And I'm cracking her. Mama was 80 years old at the time. And I'm dead. Mama, I said, yes. And I said, well, she's looking through the obituaries to know that to be sure that she's not in it. The lesson I learned from my mother was that as she got older, realized that the life is a pyramid. You get rid of the junk, including people. And when I say if I get rid of the junk, including people. So of course, you try to put yourself in a position, if you can help it, where you eliminate the need to have people in a space who you don't want to have in your space. But I try my best in the last, as I'm working now to try to descend from work, because I don't want to go back to university and beg them no extra, nothing. I want to go home and work in dignity and have my retirement child. I call my 4-year-old boy my retirement child. So I work out that I'm going to have an income that I can live on. I live within my means. I'm not like a Chinaman who have a shop and him live above it, that him live above his means. I don't have that. I live within my means. So right now I'm getting accustomed to the pay level that I have now, because the university said they're going to pay me a pension that might be, that when I retire, that might be a little bit less than what I'm getting now, because based on the increase and all of those things. Me decide that I am holding myself to the salary level that I had in 2019, because that is what I'm going to live on. But I eliminate. One of my friends said to me, Orville, I'm afraid of you because you drop things so easily. Yes, I remember one day I went to my doctor and I was doing the EKG and the full things, and they look and they tested my cholesterol, and the nurse said to me, Orville, you need to stop eating so much shellfish. I said, shellfish? I didn't know shellfish had cholesterol. She said, yep. And she said, tell the doctor to give you some medication to reduce the cholesterol. And I called him and he said, all right, I'm going to put you on in a month. I said, a month? I told him, I said, no, 2 weeks. I said, 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks. And at 2 weeks, and I just cut. So when I went back to her the next month, my cholesterol level was okay. And she said, oh, you cut down on the eating. I said, stop. So I mean, stop. I said, I stop. I stopped because it's not good for me. Nobody is going to do it. I'm too old to have no peer pressure. I walk and visited my friend on Saturday, and we shared 2 drinks. 2 drinks. He was for his 66th birthday. We have shared that drink every day, every Christmas since I was 17 years old. Since 1978, we have shared a drink. So we had 2 drinks, literally. The entire bar was talking all kind of things about we are old man. I'm good. I'm an old man. Why, Mr. Taylor? Some of them think they're doing it. Half of your life gone. I said, listen, true, but I might do them and lose the other half. I'm not under any kind of peer pressure. Fine. So I remove all of those things because at age 60, I must know what is good for me and what is not good for me. I must know who is good for me and who's not good for me. And thank God for the COVID, it validated some of the things that I know. Guess what? It separated the sheep and the goat. And a goat me like. Me don't like no lamb to no slaughter. I like goats that them don't like you, them buck you. Right? So I know who is who. There are some of the people who I thought were there for me or would be there for me. People who may spend time and money upon, people who may help mine, people who may change in life. They were just missing. And there were people from the hinterland who turned up. So fortunately, COVID gave me a kind of dry run, a kind of rehearsal. So I know, as my mother said, I know who I can, that 4-letter word, but pass gas pan. I know who I can just pass. Yeah. So keep your mind active, but don't keep the junk people in your mind. The body that you have is yours. I speak to the men again. It is all right. I know I do feel violated every single time I do that prostate examination. I'm not going to lie. True. But I also know too that the things I could do at age, the things I could do at age 30 or age 40, I can't quite do now. But I'm okay with slowing it down. So what do I do to keep this vessel going? I treat it the same way that I treat the car that I have. I'm fortunate to have a car that looks newer than it really is. Well, I try to do the same with my body because a car can't sell. I can't change this body. So when I wake up in the morning, I eat what I'm supposed to eat. and what I don't want to eat, or what am I supposed to, I don't eat. I've got my mind to such a place that none of the things, believe it or not, I don't like ice cream. I don't like fried chicken. I don't like it. I've even eaten it. I like the smell of curry goat, but I put that curry smell in beans and fish. Yes, I don't like it. But I don't like disagreeable people. At the workplace, I have to deal with a couple of liars. Me not have to deal with a liar in my personal life. So I don't go anywhere that I don't want to be, except for work purposes. And that keeps me going. My little home space, simple. And by the way, a little bit of advice that I got from my daughter-in-law. She said, Pops, try not to be wealth rich and income poor. So what you mean by that? She said, well, I know you pay off the mortgage, thank God. Yeah, man, I pay off the mortgage for a little house and bike over, so I just need to do some legal work for the house that I currently live in. The house that me and my mother that I grew up in. Me and my sister were like, we are twins. We don't need it because she showed me some money one day and she said, I don't need it for true, we don't need it. But it's our house. We paid off that when I decided to come back to Jamaica. But me living within my means. And I'm not going to take, quote unquote, I'm not going to borrow $10 million to increase the value of a house. Knowing fully well that there's no way in which me going to earn back $10 million in rent between now and when me dead. Unless I buy the house and fix it up and sell it. Those are the kind of decisions. Because I want to know that I can eat and live the way that I want to live. Most of the things that people have that they think matter really don't. They kill you quicker. I see the young boys, and I try to talk to them. Young boys and them rich food. Them say Hennessy tastes so sick. I don't know why they want to drink that. They drink a little bit of wine or whatever. And finally, for those of the men here who have issues of performance and all of that, let me tell you something that I learned about sex and sexuality, because I learned them from women. Because women, men, well, I don't know. My apologies to the people here who are sexual minorities. I don't know how to speak to, I don't know about gay relationships, right? So that's a disclaimer. So in heterosexual relationships, and I understand, I think, how women think. And understand that for women, the greatest sex organ is the brain. And believe it or not, men, believe it or not, your partner who you're with will understand the shifting paradigm relating to sex. And so therefore, if she really is into you, yeah, that's your wife or whoever you got married to or whoever is with you still or whatever, yes, that person understands that you're no longer on the 100 meters at 10.9 seconds. In fact, it takes 15 seconds to do it, it's okay. And there's a lesson I learned as a young man from a young girlfriend. I was 20 odd years old and she was 20 or 2. She was a little younger. And I'm sharing this one with you and why I don't get those kinds of sexual nervousness things, because guess what? I don't have sex with myself. It's with someone else who matters. And I don't mean in an economy, I matters. I remember having this conversation with my girlfriend and somebody I was very serious about. I took her home to mama, etc. And she said to me, we were together and we were having, when young people athletic sex. In those days, I was young and fit. And they used to call me Blackie Chan. Aha, Kalate. Jump over my gate and stuff. And I was very fit. Break stones, I was really, really fit. I'm seriously. So I remember she said to me, after our sexual performance, that, oh gosh, you're the greatest thing. I'm like, young boy beating my chest like, feeling this. And of course, in my youthful exuberance and didn't know any better, I asked her, can you imagine if I was better than her ex? And she said no. I was dumbfounded. Believe it or not, it is relevant now. It's a lesson I've learned up to today. And she said to me, no. I said, no. boy, I'm really not going to go down without that. Like, so I ask her the question. Let me disarticulate this now with my intellectual self now. Are you saying that he is more endowed? So no, certainly not. Longer time? No. More positions? No. Ask all of the technical questions. As a matter of fact, you know, you're talking about 40 years, my gosh, 20, yeah. No, 30 odd years ago. You know, at a time when people wouldn't even dare talk about oral sex. And I'm like, because it was even illegal to, you know, yeah, to even mention it, to even admit that you got it done to you, much less to even say. And so I asked her, she said, no, not at all. So I said, what was the question? So how come you're better than me? I said, Orville, you don't get it. She said, no. She said, Orville, I love you. And I loved him. But I'm not that in love with you yet. I may get there, but we built up this love over the years. And so I was in love with him. I love you. And she said, because I loved him so much, all he needed to do was to just be able to perform at a very basic sexual level. So the moment he was inside me, I just went crazy because of how I felt about this person. Because you see, your mind is the greatest sex organ. And which is why you can't make people waste space in your mind. And so as you get older, the person who's really with you, because let me just tell you this, the body changes. The body changes. And when I look at the body compared to what it looked like when I saw her when she was a younger person, that younger person is not attractive to me anymore. I like the fact that those breasts that I'm looking at in bed are drooping now. And we make those jokes and she's like, wait, something wrong, you know? You get a puncher. And I said, what happened to that? She said, yeah, but I mean, you can use a spare tire on the belly. And of course, I'm cracking up, you know? But I also will make the joke and I said, hold on, baby, what? And she said, what happened? She says, track season. So I said, oh, you mean track season? I said, yeah, man, because I'm running my fingers down the lane. She said, stripes. I said, because you might turn it to stripes. And she elbows me and we make these jokes. And I'm saying, yeah. I remember she said, but I need to buy a pair of Bridget slippers. I said, you don't have to want them for your chest. And of course, yeah, we're good with it, meaning I'm all right with the fact that your body ages because I love who you are and you love who I am and the paradigm changes. Well, let me tell you though, you don't want to be in a situation where somebody starts finding you unattractive, right? Because your body going old. It means that you're in the space with the wrong person. And believe it or not, it is never too late to leave because dying is something that you do by yourself. So in concluding, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me. I am still going to try to upload the video of my presentation. It's slightly different. It's about half an hour. That explains why it was so long. Marlon, I'll find a way. Hopefully, maybe we can do it now. It's still there. I spent the last 4 hours doing it. But thank you very much for being patient. Thank you very much for participating. But remember, mind your waist, but don't waste your mind. Good afternoon. I'm gonna clap myself, yeah. All right.
Well done, well appreciated. Well appreciated. Yes. Thank you, Doc.
Bless you. And I'm seeing some of the names, some of which I recognize, some of which I don't. But you know, I don't know how much time we have for questions also, but I answer any.
Yeah, you can look down the Q&A segment now with him.
Yes, okay. Yeah. All right. Any question about anything, including those which are not directly out of the presentation? I'm not care. Yes. Oh, by the way, while I wait the question, I am going to speak to some young people tomorrow, and I was at Chieftain Campbell's funeral. And I hope we can find a way of keeping the message across, getting the message across that blood for blood doesn't bring back the dead, because there's a kind of spirit of bloodlust, which I'm even hearing from out of the churches and the pastors. And let me tell you something from the sociology that I know, and it's street work. It's not to do the presentation, but I tell you, since I have an audience, there is no evidence that the death penalty deters. Indeed, what it does, it tells the would-be offender that his life is so meaningless. And a person who thinks that his life is meaningless has absolutely no filter on what it is that he will do. Anyway, next thing, we take any question. No question? I have a question inside here. Yeah. In the chat, Marlon, you can help me look. Your eyes are better than mine.
Sure.
Yes.
All right. The first giving me some big ups, sir. Sir, very well.
All right.
Dr. Taylor, man in black.
All right, cool.
This is the friend that we were destined to hear, waiting to hear.
No, we are just, so who's that? Hold on. Elaine Corinaldi. Oh, hi, Elaine. How are you? I didn't say any at all. I didn't say name at all. But yes, there's something that you tend to learn, to tell you the truth, that you get this whole thing about just submission to the will. I mean, almost everything works together. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Hold
Mr.
on.
Taylor, I know you always have to have a plan A and a plan B because I'm actually the Zoom host, and at one stage I was kicked off.
Oh, okay. Yes. All right. Bless you. Bless you. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Oh, Glendon. Okay. Yeah, I know that. I know who that is too. All right. Thanks, Glendon, for the. All right. Iona.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Simone. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Simone.
Yeah.
All right. So that's it.